All right. Well, I've reloaded YouTube, so hopefully that solved that issue. If not, I don't know what to do. So hopefully you guys can hear me in YouTube. Fantastic. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. All right, guys. What is happening this morning? I see we've got one runner. Well, we got several runners. EDHL. This has been around for a while, having its day again. Not a. Let me see. I don't know if this is a China stock. I don't see a flag here, so I don't know what country this is from. Just give me a moment, guys. Having a tough time arranging something on my other monitor. There, okay. All right, yeah, so I don't know what country this is from. Doesn't really matter, I guess. 39 million, but the whole thing, it's a low float, 540,000 in the float. So EDHL, yeah, crazy action, obviously. 363 this morning. You guys on the East Coast, I mean, I was reading, I read some of the comments, because I know Obi opens the room. Thank you, Obi, as always, for opening the room at 6:45. But boy, oh boy, what time was that? I mean, that was 7:15. That was 7:15, and yeah, I saw a comment like, "How do you find these?" Well, yeah, trade ideas. I mean, you guys have such an advantage in this pre-market because that's at 7:15. I mean, that's the start of the move. Hong Kong, thank you. It's from Hong Kong. I don't know why we don't have the flag here for it. Anyway, what a move. And then CCHH, Ozzy, you were in the, you listened to Dan yesterday. Any new nuggets? CCHH, another one, 232%. That is not, that's Malaysia. Malaysia. Yeah, that is Malaysia. So 71 million shares are traded. It's a bigger float, 24 million. GLXG. Now this one is faded quite a bit. Got as high as 575, back down to 273, underneath the VWAP. All right. Okay, Ozzy. What, he was demonstrating it? He was demoing it? Let's see what else. PPCB. Another one, big pop in the 630. Yeah, I mean these are really tough pullbacks, guys. Typically, when I see this, they're just not that interesting for the rest of the day, unless this takes out the 200-day the VWAP, which it could, of course. I mean, it's still up 111%. And I'm talking about the PPCB, as high as 634. It's all the way back down to under 2. So how different is that from from I thought Chat GPT that we've got? I thought that kind of did that. It's just an improvement on it. WTO. Another one that's up 61%. And a lot of these have just spiked and then come right back down. What we're really looking for, what I'd be looking for, is like an EDHL, which has not come back down. You see, there's a huge difference. I don't mean I want to trade it right now. It's just that you can see the difference in the other ones that spiked up and then came way back down. This one is holding its own. Don't know if there's any news on this. Anybody find any news on this one? Give me a moment, guys. Oh man, just give me a moment. I'm having a tough time copying something. Okay, I know somebody was talking about Lay's, LASE. So here's Lay's, and so they did have some news. Completed the final assembly of its laser shield anti-drone prototype. Okay, so that's Lay's, but you can see what it's doing. It has not pulled back at all yet. Okay. Yeah, Oracle had earnings, didn't it, William? And I guess it not great, or the reaction is not great. What is it down? So, all right, as always, what's an ETF for this guy? There's got to be an ETF for Oracle. Yeah, so this is down 9%. That's a big move on 1.7 billion in the float. All right, let's take a look at some. I want to take a look at something here, guys. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. There's an internal discussion happening at Trade Ideas that I'm a little bit part of right now. So, all right. So, Lay's, so they did have some news. Okay, a little bit of news. So that's the reason for that little pop. PPBT, somebody mentioned it popped up and then came right back down. Yeah, no kidding. Look at that. Imagine getting nailed into this one, thinking, I don't know what news they had. Trading higher after the company announced the presentation of new preclinical data from its lead program at an annual conference or congress. So it popped up on that news and then it just collapsed. Not just collapsed. I mean, it's now down 23%. It's one thing to go back to being neutral, but I mean, not only did it collapse, but it's actually given up so much. And this is short. This was shortable for me, 11,000 shares. ORCX, thank you, Katouche. ORCX. So how is that one doing? ORCX. And that one is so if you thought that Oracle was going to recover at all, you could buy this one down, obviously. Like, notice it's down double what Oracle is down, the stock Oracle. It is down double. This is because it's a two-timer, but a lot cheaper, obviously, than Oracle. So if you thought that Oracle may have some kind of recovery, then you could buy this one. Wonder, is there a short version, Katouche? Do you know? So that if you could buy it if you thought Oracle was going to continue to move down. Orcs, or is that another short one? Oh, there's the bear one. Okay, thank you. Not very much volume, but there is the bear one. I thank you, Obi. So if you thought Oracle was going to continue down, this is only one timer. Okay, so it's not a two timer, but it obviously a lot cheaper than shorting Oracle. Not a lot of volume yet. It's just another way to play it. Thanks, Obi. Meanwhile, the market. So the market, okay, a little bit of a pop after Dow got just blasted yesterday. The Qs, everything got blasted yesterday. So a little bit of a pop here. However, starting to fade somewhat underneath the 200-day, underneath the VWAP is the SPY. All right, guys. So EDHL, are you still hanging in? You are still hanging in there. Yes. The next high looking left, you'd have to go to a monthly chart. I don't know where that is. So the next high looking left on a monthly chart. So there's a high there. That's above that one. Of course, it looks like it's 15 there. It's above that high. There's a high right there of 1808. Okay, 1808. Last year sometime, trying to see, yeah, March of last year. So over a year ago, there's a high for EDHL on the monthly chart that it could get blocked at. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. In the pre-market, let's see what's happening with them. So there are the semis. Semis leading the charge. You know, a little bit of a recovery. Everything is positive that you can see up here, except down here. So silver, not a big move down, but silver and gold, the two worst sectors right now. But I mean, again, nothing catastrophic. So the semis are leading the charge this morning. DMGI, a little pop here for DMGI. Morning, Frito-Lay. This is also again another one that massive pop and then a big pullback. I mean, this got this GLXG Galaxy Payroll, not Galaxy, the other the GLXY, but got up to 572 and has pulled all the way back down to 270 and underneath the VWAP. Just doesn't give you a lot of confidence. Now, I guess there's maybe you can find a bottom. I mean, it's still up 198%. Remember Field from yesterday, FLD, how promising it looked, especially with that press release? Look at it now. I mean, look what it did. It got up to 158, closed down here at 70 cents, and still fading down. Even though, to me, you read that press release, it looked pretty darn good. Well, guys, yeah, EDHL is really holding its own. Now, I have no idea. It's possible I would not be. I'm not able to buy this one. I don't know. Monica or anybody with Interactive Brokers, were you able to buy it, or is this one of the ones that are being blocked? No. Not shortable either. Not this. This is the big not available for short sale at Interactive Brokers. Well, just because I can't buy it doesn't mean I won't talk about it. Okay, so for those of you who can buy it, there's the VWAP down here, 1177. Just look at the volume. 41 million have traded already. Float turnover already 77 times, obviously because of the super low float of 540,000 shares. Elvin, ELVN. Let's see, what is this doing? Wow, it's a more expensive one. So they must have some great news. Positive leukemia drug trial data. Okay. And what phase is this? I don't see what the phase is. Phase. So in a planned phase 3. So this is not phase 3, but anyway, this is. So this is really ripping here, guys. The ELVN, pretty low float for a a $45 stock, 45 million in the float. Now this is shortable for me. It runs out of steam here. Are you're saying it closed at $350 last night? Is that possible? I don't see that. I'm just looking to see if they did a reverse split or something, and that's reverse split adjusted. Oh, 350. Okay, I was going to say $350. Wow. Okay. What's a decimal point between friends, Sam? All right, M10, MTEN, MTEN, another one that is moving. However, look what happened 2 days ago. This was pretty brutal. 951 closes down here at $1.48. Okay. Yesterday it had a little bit of a recovery, but again, though, it closed at the low. William's favorite company, Super, a microcomputer, moving down again a little bit. SMCI, and had a brutal day yesterday, underneath the 200-day moving average now in a big way. Well, in which let's take a look at that ORCS, see if it's getting a little more volume. Not really. Spread isn't terrible. It's not terrible. I mean, it's well, now it just widened. Hey guys, the market, the SPY is still hanging around the VWAP, just a little bit under. Let's see if it can power its way through again, or is this it? Time is it now? 9:27. So tomorrow's the big day, isn't it? The big SpaceX IPO. Don't see any disaster bios today. Again, William, haven't been any for the last couple of days, 2 or 3 days. Well, before wait a minute. How about eight? Yeah, actually. Oh no, it's an offering. It's an offering. Am I buying SpaceX? No. So this is an offering. ATOS is an offering, so that's why this is down. Biofail. I like that. I used to call it biofizzle, but I suppose we can go with biofail. All right, guys, 9:29. So less than a mark, or less than a market, less than a minute for the 9:30 open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. That is not a recommendation for anybody to do the same thing. So let me get rid of my pre-market stuff, and let's see what happens once this market, the 9:30 open. Yeah, I'm watching that ORCS. See if the spread is tightened up a little bit. Not really. The volume is, yeah, it's just funny. It's just not that much volume. All right, guys, we are now open though. And here, so tighten up a little bit. Volume's tightening up a little bit. By volume, the spread. And we have our first halt of the day. And the first halt of the day is UBXG. Okay. Tried to upload and save a scan from Andy to the cloud. Didn't work for you. Well, it's hard for me to know why. I have no idea why it wouldn't work. I'd have to see the link. Do you have the link? Or maybe that's the issue, right? You don't have the link, or you tried to load the link. If you have the link, now it's possible he deleted it. Okay, not sometimes from his cloud, but if you can give me the link, I can check it myself. All right, PPCB, yes, it popped through the VWAP so far. Very low float, 1.95 million in the float. If you can give me the link, I will try myself. Okay, Magnus. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, he's removed it from the cloud. It's that it's see the he's removed it. So you'd have to contact him. I mean, I don't know what it was. He's removed it though. That's why I don't have access to it either. Okay, that's the message. So what's happened is he's deleted it from his cloud. He doesn't keep things in his cloud, I guess, that long. I don't know when he what like what date did you see it that he had given it 3 days ago? Yeah, so you'd have to contact him. I don't have access to it. I don't know what it was. Sorry. At least we know the reason. Okay, so EDHL was halted. This was halted on the way down. Okay. QH halted on the way up. Okay. China stock, 700,000 in the float. Mass. This is one I traded maybe a few weeks ago. Pfizer, guys. Pfizer's having a big pop here. PFE, big pop for Pfizer. Whoops, I better get this one going. I bet you Pfizer could be in here. Yes, it is. Big pop for Pfizer, guys. For some reason, commission appeal in a vaccine contract case should be dismissed. So Pfizer is popping on that news. Some lawsuit being should be dismissed, or could be dismissed, may be dismissed. Now the next high in a monthly chart for Pfizer is around 20, not that far away actually, and even on the daily, there's it doesn't have as much room. Stitch Fix, SFIX. This is an earnings play, guys. SFIX is an earnings play. Now, the next high on a pretty close. That's what it got to on the weekly chart, 413, and today it got to 411. Okay, so that is price alerts for four symbols. Okay, I don't understand that one. The name is price alerts for four alerts for four symbols. Is that like a symbol list in there for four symbols? Oh, these are price alerts. Oh, this is a price alert. Okay. So I've never actually loaded a price alert window. So it does load. I guess that's his. I don't know what this is. Okay. This must be from his price alerts. Magnus must be from his price alerts or something. Okay. Macalise, what do I think of PPCB? Well, it had a nice pop immediately. What's it doing now? Little pullback. If you were, I'd wait to see if it's going to hold the VWAP. 370, 367, 70 or so is the VWAP. Will it hold the VWAP on this little pullback? High in the pre-market was way up here at 634. So, I mean, it's got room. It may not pull back enough. It may, that's what I see anyway. I mean, you can chase it now. I don't chase, but it, pulled back a little bit. TI alert started coming with CloudLink this week. I don't quite. We could always. Okay. All right, guys. So yeah, this is just can't trade this one. This EDHL cannot trade it at Interactive Brokers. It won't let me. Okay, QH just came out of the halt. QH came out of the halt. Obviously, the next high is way up here at 1074. I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least it's got room. Okay. And that's the same as the weekly high. It has room over the VWAP right now. What happened with the mask? Oh, so the mask was halted on the way down. Okay. I'd have to pay a little more attention to the large cap stocks again today, guys. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's been decent follow. Well, obviously on the PPCB, but I'm looking at a lot of these and they're just not a lot. Well, how about space? Take a look at SPCE. Okay. So SPCE, the next high looking left is, well, it's right there, 518. So the next high looking left is 676. Keep an eye on this one, guys. 676 is the next high on the daily chart. Had news says successfully completed debt for equity swap. That's the news for space today. SPCE. Halted way down now. Oh, UBXG. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking the ED. Yeah, so UBXG has been halted now and it just opened. I was going to say it's probably going to be a 10-minute halt. Probably going to be a 10-minute halt. And it just really, well, it popped. It was halted at 364. So obviously, and it popped up to 419. I don't know if there's any news on EDHL, to be honest. Let me see. I think we were looking this morning. I don't see any news. I didn't see anything. Just one of those low float stocks that traders around the world are piling into. All right, guys. NAKA down yesterday. What's the next high? Darn, it's a little too close for me. Little too close for me. I mean, if it got up to that 490, that'd be awesome. From 455, I just don't. I wish there was more room. This is one of those from my scan, guys. Something is down big yesterday and it's up today. Just give me a moment. Shoot, I missed my getting into the GLXG. I had an alert right here at 305, and I just missed it. Son of a. Oh, that's too bad. I'm loving this scan, guys. Don't get too many alerts from it. I can give it to you if you want it. Well, I'll have to wait for the next one. See, I'm not taking the NACA because of that. Probably should have, but didn't do it. NAKA. Pretty interesting trading with this one. I mean, I sort of dismissed it at the beginning because of I'm talking about the PCB. Popped up to 6, came all the way back down to 2, and looked like it was completely over. But once it popped through, I know PJ mentioned it, popping through that VWAP, and it has not stopped really. 633 is the high. It's not on my page. No, I might have to add it. It is not on my page. I can give it to you. There's only been 3 alerts so far today. This is the don't repeat version of it. This is what it looks like if I gave it to you. You'll see the stocks as they keep making new highs. Yeah, okay. I can pop it into the room, file, load from cloud, and up big yesterday, down big today. So I'm going to share it right here. Okay, that's it. So the question, Richard, in our YouTube room. So well, you're in YouTube, okay? YouTube, I don't get on the mic until sometime between 9 and 9:15. But there is another room, okay, that is open at 6:45. I'm not on the I don't get on the mic until sometime between 9 and 9:15, okay? But there's another room that's open at 6:45 a.m. and there's, plenty of traders in that room. And you can find that room here. Here as in So this is for people who are in YouTube, okay, wondering about what I'm talking about. There is another trading room. And to get into that room, which is open at 6:45 a.m., and it's free, okay, you can come right in. You can just click on the more info and you just sign up for it. It's free, okay? Now, a lot of these can be just quick hitters, okay? Think about, a stock that was down yesterday, and now, it's up today, but there was a reason it was down yesterday. So I don't look at these as being, all day longs. Well, other than having to get up so darn early, I love the time zone I'm in. AmpG guys, okay, AmpG. I think it was moving in the pre-market. This has been on actually a nice 3-4 day move now. AmpG, AMPG, over 9, and it is not halted, is it? Meanwhile, boy, UBXG, that initial halt Then it really soared after that. It has pulled back now, but and these are not stocks that you're probably going to hold for long. You just have to take advantage. Look at the GLXG now again. Now, if you took this one for, you wouldn't have seen it from my scan because you didn't have it yet. But if you took it for another reason, 378 is a potential block. And again, if you load this scan now, guys, you will not see all the early ones. Okay, you're only going to see, you'll probably see NACA, and you'll probably see CNTN. So if it's in yellow, a suggestion to short, and if it's in powder blue, a suggestion to go long. Okay. Remember, you load one of my scans now, you're not going to see everything that happened before you loaded it. All right, TGL actually had some news. They went winning a $15 million contract to develop a social listening platform. A social listening platform. Okay. Well, I got the alert for this one in that scan. Now I have a delay of 10 minutes. Okay. I purposely put a delay on this scan for 10 minutes. And so that it could have happened earlier, but I did put a delay of 10 minutes. The reason why there's so much, in the first 10 minutes, things are going to be popping up and down. So, and there, yeah, there's a buy flag right there. Yes. Well, I just talked myself out of the NACA. Now it's getting very close to that high, 495. I talked myself out of taking it, and how did Pfizer end up doing? PFE, how did it end up doing? So it's pulled back. It's pulled back a little bit now. Will 26 hold? I guess that's the key. Well, it's a whole number. Will that hold it? Will 26 hold? Pfizer, PFE. Oh, wow. SDOT halted. Well, on the way down, though. Wow. Got up to $40. Crazy. Just absolutely crazy. I mean, restaurant chain business. Oh man, this GXLG is just ripping now, getting right into the VWAP, and well, will it take it out? It's trying to take it out. Boy, all you need one good trade. That's it. And you can see how it won a race. They won the last race, and it's won 5 races now. GLXG. Okay, so the PPCB obviously had a pullback. So the VWAP is now, of course, moving higher with all that volume up here. So will the VWAP hold it? Market is actually, market is actually putting a little bit of a pop. Don't think there was any anything on my economic calendar at 10 o'clock or 9:45? Let me just check. There's a bunch at 8:30. Yeah, I don't see anything that could have a short-term effect on the market. Ugly. God, boy, QH got ugly. Well, this has got a ton of room. America's Car Mart, okay, it has a ton of room, guys. If it wants to keep going, 566 is the next high looking left. Yesterday it got hammered down, trying to come back a little bit. Uh, what a miss. It's going to kill me looking at this. This is a don't repeat version of that scan, okay? So this tells me the first time I had the alert in this scan. That's what this is telling me, okay? Even this is what I had about 1,000 shares. I don't know if I could have got it, but I had 1,000 shares I could have shorted at Interactive Brokers for DSY. They had the alert at 416. So again, what this is the don't repeat version. This is the repeat version. Hopefully that makes sense. For those of you who are new, it may not make a lot of sense, but this is telling me the first time we had the alert in this scan. And what did it do from there? That's the whole idea of this. So every one of them, I don't know, maybe not the CNTN. Let's take a look at the CNTN. I mean, every one. There's only 4. So that one actually did not move down from 275. Well, I wish I could say the same thing, PJ. My goodness, on the GLXG. Yeah, I mean, I could have chased it and I would have worked in this particular case, but I just cannot do it. I will not do it. Okay. Here's one. How about this one? All right, guys. Here's one that could be another one. AKR, a little more expensive. One of these REITs, I guess, Realty Trust. Yeah, it's one of these REITs. Not in love with it because it's just under the whole number, but you know what? It is taken out. It's right at yesterday's high. Right at yesterday's high. So I got to see if it can take out yesterday's high in a bigger way. It did kind of. I mean, I'm going to put a price alert around 21.85 and see if it takes that out again. And this is this is what I'm seeing right there. Okay. Okay, not a recommendation to do the same thing I might do. Okay. I'm just pointing out an opportunity. And of course, plays like this, probably being helped. I mean, well, the market can't hurt, the fact that it's trying to move a little higher when you're trying to play some of these reversals. I was going to say the AI a little bit late today, but we've got one here. All right, guys. Well, as I'm waiting on the AKR, we're going to go over my home page. I think I'm going to have to add that scan to my home page. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. As always, right at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. I think it just triggered. I think AKR just triggered. Yes. All right. 2 promo codes up here. Barry 100. If you use Barry 100, you can get 27% off. The only one it works for is an annual premium. Okay, premium annual subscription. You'll get 27% off. Okay. If you want all the other subscriptions, the 2 monthly, the premium monthly, standard monthly, and the standard annual, you can use this promo code and you'll get 15% off. So again, if you use Barry 100, you'll get 27% off a premium annual subscription. Okay? All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. Why? Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate 2 trading rooms, one on YouTube, and then this room right here, the trading room. So if you're in YouTube, I know I went over this a little earlier. If you're in YouTube and you're wondering what I'm talking about, this is free also. A lot more action though in this room, a lot more interaction amongst traders. Also, this room is open. This room, the trading room, is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for a room and you're looking for that is open during the pre-market, you can come into this room. Plenty of interaction with other traders. I don't get on the mic, and thank you, Obi, as always, for opening the room when you do. I don't. I live in Vancouver, too early for me. I get on the mic sometime between 9 and 9:15 for both rooms. Okay, so, and the rooms are the same in that, people see me or see my screen and hear me. YouTube has a slight delay, about an 8-second delay, I guess, that they put on. Keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Today's Thursday, so I take a break between 12 and 1, and on Thursday, Steve Gomez takes over for me, and he is the originator of the trades of the week. So trade of the week, I think, is done pretty well, and you can sign up for it. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, and guess what? It's free. Education. Click on the education section. If you are just taking out a subscription, this is mandatory you do this. Getting started with Trade Ideas, okay? Mandatory you do this. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas, though, this is what I would do. Before you take out a subscription, you should know something about the product, a little bit. And this is what I would do. Start off with that second video, go to the end. That'll give you an idea about what we're capable of doing, okay? And you can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just let us know. We'll unsubscribe you. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos, and they're all free if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing, like scans, etc., here they are. If you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down and view scans. So let me get this out of the way here. Now, my only worry, of course, is that whole number. Can it take out that whole number, AKR? Nope. Question, no, the lowest we go is 1 minute share. Lowest we go. And we'll never go any earlier, or we'll never go to like sub 1 minute. So here's what I'm sharing right now, guys. Okay, here's this race right here. The large cap races, large cap race is right here. This other race, the biggest gainers, this is a volatile race. You know, you can see some massive moves like you're seeing, 23%. You can get some moves here, 1% and more, but it's not as common. Doesn't mean there's a bad doesn't mean these are bad to trade, though. Not at all. Just means they're just not as volatile as the stocks you're going to see here. Movers, upside versus downside movers. I do have that one up and running in another monitor. You can take a look at that. It's a real-time alert. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Here's the Hulse resumes over here. And then these 4 scans, which I do not have any one of them up and running, but you can take a look at them if you want. This is the one I'm really concentrating on now again. When I say again, I used to use this one years ago. And I resurrected it on Monday. Boy, even the Visa. Yeah, this was not available for me to short, so I'm not going to beat myself up about that one. I could not short this one if I wanted to at Interactive Brokers, so I'm not going to beat myself up too much on this one. So the only one that didn't work so far is the CNTN from this list. Okay. How do you get the large cap races? Well, if you go to my homepage link, I'm assuming if you didn't click on it, then just click on my homepage link. Okay. Scroll down until you get to the scan section right there. And it's right here. Biggest large cap gainers from the start of the race. Right there. Part of me wants to take some off in case it cannot, this AKR, in case it can't get through that whole number. If it does, though, look out. I mean, 22.90 is the next high. That's $1 away. All right. Well, first of all, let's take a look at the sectors right now. Okay. I'm going to click on from the toolbar. I'm going to click on new, and then I'm going to click on docked channel bar, not channel bar, docked channel bar. And I'm going to click on show more. These are all theme-based channels. Okay. And scroll down, sector status. So as we saw in the pre-market, the semis were leading the charge, and they're still leading. They're up a lot. They're up more than what they were in the pre-market. So what you're seeing here in this top list window, these are the sectors that we're covering in this top list window. Most of the major sectors, and so SMH, as I'm saying, is at the top here. XLK, tech stocks, etc. If we scroll down, what's the worst one? Gold was bad yesterday too. Bad. I mean, down 0.2%, not horrible, but it is right now, as we speak, the weakest sector, whereas the semis are the strongest sector. Okay. Now here, you can take a look. You can dive into some of the individual sectors and see what the strong stocks are and what the weak stocks are. So for instance, let's take a look at one. Here is retail. Okay. So Wayfair is up 4.2%. Don't know if there's any specific reason for it. It's not an earnings play, but maybe more interesting is if you scroll down, because there are some stocks that are down. So that's what, 16% of the stocks that make up this are down. Not a huge amount. CVNA, Carvana is 1.2, but sometimes you see some dramatic percentages, and in a sector where virtually everything is up, sometimes you're going to find one that's way down and, running completely counter to the sector, which can be very interesting. Communications 50-50. Intel, wow, Intel, what a move for Intel today, up 10%. Look at the tech stocks going crazy, but 30% are down. What's the worst one? Well, we know that one, Oracle. That's an earnings play, but Adobe's not doing that well either. So here's Oracle. So you can kind of see what I'm doing. You can dive into the individual sectors, check out to see what the top stock is, what the worst stock is, and maybe find a way to trade them. Okay? And that's from the sector status. So let's take a look at this race now. This one right over here. Before I do that, though, I just want to direct you to the user guide because there's a whole section on TI stock racing. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top here and just scroll down again to that education section right here. Click on the more info, and at the top is the user guide. And can we see it? Yes, TI stock racing, a whole section, okay, about TI stock racing. So everything I'm going to go over, it's all covered in here. Well, you know what, guys? I mean, almost as good as anything else, even compared to the that GLXG. This short was awesome from that scan on a percentage basis. There weren't very many short, and I didn't try to short it. No, does not give anything for T. Only U.S. stocks. Okay, is this on our YouTube room? We sort of cover. I'm a Canadian, but we sort of cover Canadian stocks, but certainly not in the AI. We don't have charts for Canadian stocks. You can do scans for Canadian stocks, but we don't push it. I mean, it's really this is U.S. centric. So long-winded answer: no, does not give signals for Toronto stocks or Canadian stocks. Talking about the AI. All right, the race. So I'm running a 4-minute race. Everything is customizable. I'm running a 4-minute race. You can pick whatever time frame you want. So what does this mean? 10%. That means that since the race started, which is about 3 minutes ago, PPCB has moved 23%. Okay, that's what that means. And you can probably see, there's the move right there, and MSS has moved 4%. It's a cheap stock, so it doesn't take a lot for something like that to move 4%. But 23% for PPCB, pretty impressive. There's the NACA that I didn't take earlier. But you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on a symbol. So here's GMM. Let's see what's happening with this one. It's 6%. You can see the move, okay? Anything you see in the list, click on it. I know this is an AI. This is from our AI. XOS may be interesting. I mean, the next high looking left is 467. So there's a ton of room. So anything you see in the list, you can click on. You don't have to wait for a race to be over before you click on a symbol. Certainly, if you see something at the top, though, click on it. Just see what's happening. You never know. Wow, UBXG, when that was halted at right around the $3 level. Anything that's won a race, click on it, see what's happening. Okay, you just don't know until you click on it. Here's RKDA. So this race is not just for stocks that are already, soaring higher at the high of the day. Some of these stocks could have pulled back, and some of them may be pulling back to a level you like. RKDA, I mean, it's not doing it exactly, obviously, but could have been pulling back into the VWAP, that purple line. It could have been above it, pulling back, and then popping. You don't know until you click on the alert. Until you're not going to know what you see until you click on the alert. Here's another one. This is ugly. I mean, I'd say this is ugly, 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 chopping around. Let's see if this is pulling back to a level. Wow, look at that. I mean, it pulled back all the way to the VWAP, but it didn't hold. Okay, it did not hold. But I would click on anything that has won a race before, and you can see what's happened. It has created a top 10 list of stocks for you to watch all day long if you want to, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So EDHL has won 12 races. Now, this may not be completely over. I mean, yeah, it doesn't look good now. It may have gone from 18 down to 10. But, if it retakes the VWAP later on, very possible that it'll have another move in it. Or maybe it comes back down to maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you like to see. Maybe it'll come into that. So for a bit of a bounce play. But this is obviously it's now if you load my race right now, okay, you're not gonna see my top 10. Your top 10 will start to construct itself starting at 10:14. It's 10:14 Eastern time. That's when if you load it right now, then your top 10 list will be built from 10:14 on. I'm running this race in the pre-market, and it runs all through the pre-market, the market, post-market. Okay, so that's why I've already got a top 10 list, and this will soon be top 10. This one over here. So why are these stocks showing up? If I right-click in the race, and you notice I have an option that says Open Top List. So this is what I'm looking for in this top list. Now, first of all, before I show you, watch what happens when I right-click in the top list window. One of the options is Launch Real-Time Stock Race. So all races start from a top list window. You can construct your own top list window with your own set of parameters. This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum have traded, and up 2% from yesterday's close. That's what I'm looking for. It doesn't have to be what you are looking for. So I can sort as long as I have the column header, which I do, the change from the close, change from yesterday's close. So I can sort on that. Double left click, and PPCB is up 310%, GLXG 234%, etc., all the way down this list. I've sorted. Now, these stocks that are at the top here, more than likely you'll see them all day long in the races. Why? Because people are following them. Not just in this room, but all around the world. People are following these stocks because they're so active. So it makes sense that you're going to see those stocks probably in winning races, or at least in the race all day long. However, this is the beauty of the race. The race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most since the race started. So, I mean, this XOS could be interesting. I mean, it's only up 2%. I see that it's an AI alert. I saw that it was in here, but it's only up to 2.5%. What if all of a sudden it really starts to move? It's up 3%, 5%, 8%, 10%. How would you know that? What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks to see what stock is moving? So you don't have to do that, because the race will do it for you. The race will tell you what stock is moving the most in your list of stocks, percentage-wise. That's what the race does for you. Okay? And again, it builds you a top 10 list of stocks that you can follow all day long. Now, you can see that there's a big difference between, there's that ALHC. I might have to do it again. I may have to take this one again. um, this is a large cap race. Okay. This is a wide open race. There is no, well, I'll show you what I mean. If I right click on this race, open the top list, look how few stocks there are in this list right now. Why? This is what I'm looking for in this race. I'm looking for stocks between $10 and $70. Same volume. I mean, minimum 200,000, up 2% from yesterday's close. But these three filters here are what restrict a lot of stocks from coming in. The value, the float has to be a minimum of 50 million, market cap 500 million minimum. And then this one, show you right here, position in the day's range. So imagine if you have a daily candle. See if I can't move it. Well, the daily candle. Okay, there's a daily candle for EDHL. So I've got 95 here. That means if I put 100 here, that would mean the stock would have to be basically at the high of the day. 95 means it's going to be right near the high if you look at a daily candle. And that's what's preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. But shoot. Okay, this RGNT just showed up on that scan, guys. Oh boy, just give me a moment. Now this is pulled back a little. And it's there. I mean, there's the next high looking left. You can see it. Let's see, 250 is the high right there. All right, guys, this is awesome. Sorry. This is awesome. Why did I have this? Why did I not have this one up and running? So this is what I'm talking about, guys. We had the alert for this RGNT at 250. I didn't quite get it there. It pulled back. It went back to 250. I got a little bit above it, and I've taken some off just because, I mean, it may not get through that three. Again, these are designed to hold for a long period of time, but that's for me anyway. That's awesome. So if you had that, if you took that scan, I know I popped the link in. You would have seen it at 250 also. This is just a repeating version of it. And again, I'm not saying these are, going to hold for any long period of time, but anything that goes from 250 to 3 in, a minute, you've got to take some profit. Boy, that was so good. I mean, I know I was right in the middle of talking about this, but I will keep talking about this. But okay, well, here's the link. The link for it. I'm going to have to put it on my homepage. I guess I'm going to have to ask the gentleman to do that. Who looks after my homepage. And you're not going to get too many different alerts all day long, which is fine. I mean, fine for me anyway. You can always adjust the values if you want, the filter values to get more if you want. But I'm very happy. These are the alerts for today. If it's in powder blue, it's a suggestion to go long, and if it's in yellow, a suggestion to go short. This is the don't repeat version of that scan. So why I do that? So I can go back and see, okay, what did it do from there? from that initial price alert. And again, there's a reason why they were, stock was down yesterday. Now, a lot of stocks were down yesterday. Okay, so I don't know if this one had bad news yesterday or this is just a crazy low float Israeli stock. It's a multi-strategy window, so it has two scans in it. Okay, up big yesterday, but down big today. Up down big yesterday, but up big today. It has two. That's what it means. Okay, it's an alert window. These are real-time alerts. See what happened with the AKR? Could not get through. I'm gonna be putting a price alert for AKR. I'm out of it now, but I'm gonna put a price alert for AKR at over the whole number because it did have more room. It just couldn't get through that whole number. I mean, it's that simple. So I'm going to put a price alert just a little bit above that whole number, and see later on if it does take it out. So let me get back to this. I was interrupted. Good interruption though. Showing you this is the top list that is in this large cap gainers. Notice how small the list is compared to this list. And again, I went over that because we've got these three filters here. These three filters here are not here. So this is a way more volatile list. This is well, nowhere near as volatile. So if you're new to trading, this is something I would probably look at before I would look at a list like this. Even though these are fabulous, you get on the right side, but you can see how volatile they are. And when all of a sudden the buying dries up, these things can just plummet. I'm not saying these can't plummet, very rarely. They're just less volatile. Also, the fact that you see this list right now, this is not the list for the day. In other words, this is not a static list. What happens is this list will contract and expand all day long, depending on whether stocks start meeting the filter requirements, or maybe a stock is not meeting the filter requirements anymore, so it gets dropped off the list. Probably the big reason would be the stock is not near the high of the day anymore. Okay, you see how this list is. So you don't have to think, wow, I don't want to just look at a race that has just these stocks in it, because these stocks will change all day long. Hopefully that makes sense. Same thing though, top 10 list built for you. This is one I traded the last 2 days, ALHC. I mean, 2 days ago, I mean, look how well it traded. Look how well it closed near the high. The same thing yesterday. Who knows? Maybe it'll happen again. So, guys, both rooms are support rooms. I'm sorry, both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So, if you do have questions, I'll do my best to answer your questions. I cannot answer an accounting question, though. If you have something going on with your account, or, but I can direct you to the people who can. All right. Okay, I know you're in, Pepe. I'm just looking at another email from Sebastian. Says you should be good to go, but of course that was he fixed it almost immediately. I guess he didn't see I don't know what he was doing yesterday, but evidently he's not at my beck and call. But seriously, he's done it for you. So hopefully I won't do that again. Accidentally ban somebody. Pepe, that's about the least I can do for you after all the help you've given me over all the years. So, all right, guys. Well, I am now not in anything. Just going to wait for another one. Now, a lot of times, this could be it for that scan. And again, you can always adjust it. Okay. So if you wanted to, for instance, okay, or if you right click and configure all the two of them, edit the selected. So if you wanted a different now, this is what you can do, which will affect both of the scans. If you wanted to, you could change the price range if that's not what you want. If you want to up the relative volume or lower it, up to you. There's my minimum 150,000 shares. And also, I have delayed the scan from giving me any alerts until at least 10 minutes after the open. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to. But here's how you can make adjustments to both of those scans if you want to. You don't have to, but if you do want to, if you want to get more alerts, if you wanted to get more alerts, you could probably, well, not probably, if you reduce the relative volume. All right, guys. Just not really seeing too much that I want to take right. Okay, how about the TAC now? TAC over the whole number. TransAlta. TransAlta. Okay, big company in Canada. Um, there's the 200-day moving average, 1358. That's far enough away. Weekly chart, certainly far enough away. So basically, it's the 200-day moving average that could block it. Now, just over the whole number. Ideally, it would pull back a little bit, hold over the whole number, and then start to move. Ideally, because right now you're sort of mini chase mode, but it is moving over that whole number, and it is starting to move. I did not take it, but it's an idea, guys. Okay, here's another one just over the whole number. It's definitely now these ones here will be near the high of the day, and that's by design. Boy, AADX. So this is okay. Well, we're in the right sector, aerospace and defense. Definitely in the right sector. Looks like this was an IPO back here, June the 3rd, and looks like we're at the all-time high. I don't understand what's going on with the single stock window. This is high right there the day it started to trade, as AADX was 2095. So yeah, so we're at all-time high right now for it. No, just the individual scans, IQ. Not everybody wants everything I've got, but these three right here, okay, these three right here are there. But I have others. You just kind of pick and choose what you want. I don't have a link. I don't have a link for it. No, you have to load them individually. I don't have a link for these three. You just go, I mean, you should know how to do this. I know you've been around for a while, so you should know how to, oops. The reason I do it this way, IQ, if people were going to ask me for links all day long, that's what I'd be doing. I'd have to be pasting links all day long. And so I made a decision because that's what I used to do. But I made a decision, well, actually, when the company said, we can create a homepage for you. So that's why I just get people to click on the homepage link, okay, and then go to that scan section, and then here they are, okay. So you know how to click on a link and load it, okay. I mean, so here they are. There's the large cap, the other raise, and then the house resumes. But again, I hope you appreciate it. I'd be having to go in. I'd have to be finding the links, posting them in. It's just a lot easier for me just to direct people to my homepage, and then you can pick and choose what you want. Wow. AADX made a move, guys. I missed it. Yeah, I don't know why we're not getting this. Why it's getting all jumbled here. Interesting. Yeah, simple is better. You're absolutely right. The problem can be with trade ideas is trying to do too much. Try to have so many different alert windows, top list windows, and because you don't want to miss any type of a setup. And you won't miss any type of a setup, but you probably get nothing done because there'll be too much information coming at you all day long. All right, guys, let's see. And another one. Well, here's the UEC, of course, uranium play. Let's see. Now, I did see this morning that NLR, the uranium and nuke ETF, was one of the stronger ones. So this is uranium. Yeah, well, it's hard unusual. It's very hard to convince yourself that I'm going to have to just let some things go. And don't beat yourself up because you see some stock that was running and you say, man, I know that would have showed up and that would have shown up in a scan that I just deleted. Okay. You just have to let it go. Now, when I say delete, don't ever delete a scan. Okay. Never delete a scan. Save it to the cloud. Because just like I've brought back this reversal scan, I hadn't used it for, I don't know, maybe several years. And the only reason I brought it back was because of what happened on, let me get to say Apple. Find a better one. Well, yeah, I want to see something a little more dramatic. But if you remember what happened on Friday, the market just absolutely tanked on Friday. So we had so many daily candles down on Friday. Okay. So many. So I thought, you know what? Be interesting, especially if the market has any sort of recovery on Monday, to see if a lot of those stocks will just reverse. In other words, down big yesterday, up today. So that's why I took it. That's why I decided to resurrect it and see what happened on Monday, and I'm sure glad I did. Well, there's a lot of information, but Juan, you don't have to use it all. That's the thing. You don't have to use it all. There's the reason. I'll go over this again. This is important for people who may be looking at, wondering about trade ideas for the first time. We have a lot of different. It's not on my homepage. No, I can give it. I'm going to have to add it though. I think I used to have it, but no, it's not. No, it's nowhere to be found except if I give it to you right here. But it may be over now. Okay, it may be over. I don't know how many more we're going to get today, but for sure, take a look at it tomorrow. So again, if you look at all the real-time alerts that we've got, at the very top, the two most popular ones, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But look at all the different real-time alerts we've got. Tons of them, okay? And if you get down to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. Many, many filters. So if you're looking at this for the first time, you'd be looking at this and going, man, this is way too complicated. But don't look at it that way. This is the way you should be looking at it. First of all, the reason why there are so many is that when the company started in 2003, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. How much harder would that be? So what they did is they said, okay, let's try to create enough different real-time alerts and enough different filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. But it doesn't mean that you have to learn every one of these. I don't know what probably 95% of them mean. Well, maybe mean, but I haven't even looked at them because I don't need them for my trading style. But because there are so many different trading styles out there, that's why we have all these different selections. So if you have any trading experience at all, you can find a way to combine them to give yourself the type of scan you're looking for. But if you're starting out new, yeah, you don't have to say, "Oh my gosh, I can't learn all this." You don't have to. Now, if you're interested in something, cross daily highs resistance. I mean, you might go down here and say, "Well, I wonder what that means." Or standard deviation breakout. So if you click on it, left click on it and get it highlighted, and then you click on help, you are going to get a very, very detailed explanation about what it means. Okay. Understanding default settings, little custom settings, so description column. So for every one of these, you can do that. You don't have to do it for every one, but if you saw something I wonder what that means, you can do it. Okay, but people should not get overwhelmed by how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. So I have IBRR, but of course I'm in Canada and we never had the PDT rule, so I cannot answer that question. But there must be other people in here with IB who are in the States. Has that rule been deleted? This is a good one from our AI guys also. Now, remember what I was talking about with the XOS. Now, I don't know if it was showing. I know it was showing up here, but what is XOS up? It's up 11%. You know, when we saw it in that list, it was only up 2.5%. So it's had the big run. And what I'm talking about in that list. This was a great example because it was down at the bottom here. It was down at the bottom here. And I said, what would happen if all of a sudden XOS started to move? You know, and look where it is now. It was at when I was demonstrating this, it was at like 2.4%. Now it's up 11%. You would have seen that in the race moving up. Now, Lay's is showing up in that scan, but it's another one that's kind of close to the whole number. I wish it weren't so close to the whole number. 3. What did it get up to today? I got up to, look at what it did. I got up to right to the whole number and stopped. So even though it is showing up, doesn't mean that just because, I'm going to blindly take anything just because it's showing up. But, there it is at 282 and it got stalled right at 299, right at the whole number. So a couple from the AI today. Not a lot of alerts. Both of them are positive, especially the XOS. And the XOS, how much more room? If you took this one, you still got room, guys. Now, when I say that, I don't mean I don't have any idea where it's going from here, if it's going to keep moving even a penny higher. But when you look at the daily chart for XOS, and the next high is yesterday's high is 464, it's got room. And when I say room, I mean, I'm always looking left. Why am I looking left? I want to see where the next high is because that's where I think a stock could stall from moving higher. Doesn't all happen all the time, of course, but that's kind of how I look at things. You mean in this multi-strategy window? Okay, so if you any multi-strategy window works like this, okay? So if you right click and go to configure all, click on configure all, they should both be checked. Now, if you only wanted to do one or the, but let's assume they're both checked, and then you say edit selected, and right here, okay. Here's what, and you can change these ones because this is common for both of the strategies, both of the scans. Okay, this is what's in both of the scans. Okay, and here's your total volume right there. And just for those who may not know, a multi-strategy window, why typically a multi-strategy window is used is because you don't have a lot of screen space. Maybe you've only got one monitor and you've got several alert windows around. And what you can do is you can take those alert windows and put them and scans and put them into what we call a multi-strategy window. If I hover over strategies, these are just two individual alert windows. Okay. Now I don't have monitor problems in terms of space, but sometimes what I like to do is kind of combine a couple of these are sort of competing strategies, but they're kind of similar in what we're trying to do, either up big or down big and reversal. Okay. So that's what I like to do sometimes is put these type of strategy into one multi-strategy window. You don't have to. I mean, if you wanted to, and in fact, if you only wanted to go long, as an example, you could just check. You could uncheck the up big yesterday, but down big today. Okay, if you don't want to look at short. The thing is, though, that sometimes these could turn into bounce plays later. If the stock was up big yesterday but it's down today, maybe it finds a base and use it like a watch list, and maybe it bounces off the bottom and moves again. So that's why I wouldn't necessarily. Even if I just wanted to go long, I would not necessarily get uncheck that one, because they could bounce. Well, this has got room, guys. I mean, this is one from our AI also. Look at the room it's got. 40. Wow. This got hammered down yesterday on earnings, I guess, or no? No, it wasn't earnings yesterday. For some reason, it got hammered down. I don't know if they had any news on this one for LAZ, but it got hammered down, but it's recovering. And this is not in that scan, okay? This is in our AI. And if you're wondering, well, why isn't it in that scan? It was down big yesterday and it's up today. The relative volume is just sneaking in at 3, okay? And I think that had to be at least 3. So it may not have. It's just sneaking in. Also, I'll show you what it's looking for. So let's go the down big yesterday. So if I open up the alert window, actually I didn't have to do that. So this is what it's looking for. So again, I want to see. So the trigger is a new high of the day. 2 and 60. This is what you can universally change in both of them. So this is it. The price was up at least. The stock had to be down at least 5% from yesterday's close. Okay, down at least 5%, or closed down. Sorry, it closed down at least 5% yesterday. Okay, and then it has to be at least up 1% today. So it's not like a huge move up, but it is a reversal. Also, the stock has to be above yesterday's high. That's what that 100% above the low of the range. It has to be above yesterday's high. Okay, that's what it's looking for. So you can make changes if you want. If you wanted the stock to be down more or not as much, or maybe you want it to be up a little bit more today. I mean, you can make changes if you want. And there's nothing magical. Well, this is what I put this together years and years and years ago. And then if you look at the flip of it, this time now I'm looking for stocks making new lows of the day, but this time the stock had to be up at least 5% yesterday, but it's down closed. This is the close. It had to be up on a close at least 5%. And though it had to be down right now as we speak, at least 1% from yesterday's close, has to be at the low of the range. It has to be below the low of yesterday. Okay, of the low, its lowest price had to be the low of the pre-mark of the previous day's candle. So if I look at, so it would have to be below that, for instance, for it to trigger. Explaining this really poorly. So you see how Lay's had to be above the high of yesterday, okay? That before it would trigger, one of the points. It had to be above the high of yesterday. So it's not just about being 1% above yesterday's close. It also has to be above the high of yesterday. And they're all going to look like that. There's the high of yesterday for the GLXG right down here. Obviously, it's way above the high of yesterday. And that filter is probably what's preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. So if you didn't like it, you could take it out. You could you just want to see any sort of a reversal. You could do that if you want. Ah, that's right. This is the same one. This is called daily trend reversals, and it's the same idea. It's exactly the same. These two. I just gave it another name. Probably makes a little more sense to people. Daily trend reversals. It's the same. It's exactly the same. Here are the two. Or well, let me make sure. Did I make any changes here? I have a custom formula in here, but everything else is exactly the same. All right, guys. Well, it's almost 11 o'clock. So, in about an hour, I'll take a break. Steve Gomez, I'll take over from me in our YouTube room. And as I said before, Steve's the originator of the trades of the week. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too many more questions, so I may put myself on mute for a bit and I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question. Okay, guys. Well, I don't see any questions, so I will put myself on mute for a bit. A couple things I want to do. So, Okay, I'm back. This AADX, I did not take it. This is again that new IPO from a few days ago, and it's an all-time high right now. I want to make sure it was an IPO and go to my trusty IPO calendar. There it is. Yes, it was an IPO. Okay, there it is. AADX. Who was behind it? Probably some big names, my guess. Yes. So we got Morgan Stanley, Jefferies, Bank of America, RBC, Guggenheim, etc. Baird. Yeah. So some big names behind this IPO, and at an all-time high right now. Our poor spy. So we could not hold the VWAP, and we're basically flat now from yesterday's close. Dow was up, so there's a bit of a disconnect now. Okay, bit of a disconnect perhaps taking place. Boy, I passed on a couple of good ones, guys. You know what? This has been a nice, especially if the market continues down. This little scan here, or a scan, this race here, because this is running counter to the market. Okay, these are large cap stocks that are near the high of the day. Okay, so these are running counter to the market, and all these three, the TAC would have been a good one also. This was that TransAlta was just over 18 or 13. Didn't take it. Macy's has been showing up in this scan over and over again for some reason. So Macy's, the next high looking left, that is obviously too close. 2402. So it's a little bit above that. That's on the monthly chart. Take a look at the weekly. So on the monthly chart, the next high is 2441. So a little bit of room on the monthly chart for Macy's M. Now, how about the EQPT? This is just over the whole number. Okay, just over the whole number. And there is a lot of room. Look at that room. 2036, guys. So equipmentshare.com. Okay. They're out of okay. I am very interested in taking this one. Okay. I want to see how well it holds over 19. It's over the VWAP, of course. 1905, 1910 is the bid ask right now for it. So Zillow having news, Z having news, and plummeting right now. Yes. Google's home listings will now be widely available. What it means for Zillow, Rocket, etc. That's your news, right? So Rocket, RKT, doing the same thing, kind of. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if Google does that, yeah. Well, I don't like the wider. I find that the more narrow the wave, it's easier to keep in the trade. That's just me, okay? Because as the wave expands, that means it's getting a little parabolic, and that's when I start thinking that there are going to be traders out there, depending where they were in the stock, are going to maybe start taking some profit. I'd rather see a very narrow wave, and with the bottom of the bars touching the top of the wave all the way up. That's my ideal wave. But you don't have to. Something like this, something a little bit like this, where you can see that the bars are touching, a little piercing right there. Rather not see any piercing at all, but fairly narrow wave, just following it all the way up. That's how I look at it. But by all means, I mean, that's not. You see how it got a little bit fat here, and all of a sudden, when it starts getting a little fat, I think that people are going to start taking a little profit. So I would have taken, if I were in this one, I'd probably take some off right here. Not my entire position, of course, but the minute you start seeing getting fat, that means it's getting quite parabolic. See if I can find one that's yeah. Again, this is, see how the wave is. It's not really fattening up, and the bottom of the bars are keeping in contact with the top of the wave, so it's not getting ahead of itself. Look, if you're in this trade down here, sure, you'd like a big fat wave and the bars going crazy. But if you're in the trade here, you'd rather have something a little more orderly on the way up, which so it doesn't get people, so it's not getting people who are in down here a little bit antsy, but well, maybe I should take some off. That's how I look at it. SMCI, okay, and of course the reverse is true on the way down. Wow, this is ugly. I mean, this is super ugly. I mean, I would never trade this. I mean, it's. uh, I mean, I look. I hate to say it like that, because I mean, you might look at this and go, "Well, I really want to trade this. I want to short this one or go long, and it might rip in the direction you want." But when I look at this, I mean, this is just super choppy. I mean, there's no. To me, there's no identifiable trend right now. Hmm. It also depends on the time frame you're looking at. I mean, I'm looking at a 5-minute chart. But even on a 15, I mean, look. Yeah, the wave is orange, but look how many times the bars popped above it and down through it. I mean, it's just to me, it's just too messy to trade. Yeah, I mean, it's, I want to see something with a little more of an identifiable trend. Yeah, I didn't take it. EQPT, I did not take it. But I was saying it has a lot of room. A little bit choppy for me, but I didn't take it. I'm trying to look for something a little more smooth, but it's not terrible. This it was holding over the VWAP. So remember what I was saying when we had that lays, okay? And just because I got it in this, yeah, I really like this scan, but it doesn't mean I'm just going to take any trade just because it shows up there. So the first thing I saw was, that we had a high right there, which is, far enough away. But look what it did today. It got right to 299, and it could not break through that whole number. So 282, too close. If we'd had the alert at 250, perhaps, then it would have been a lot easier for me to, take this trade. But, right there, for instance, RGNT did the same thing. RGNT just stalled right at 3. I mean, look, stalled right at 3. Okay, Kai. Now, guys, this PPCB could be at a very interesting level. Look what it's doing. It's into the VWAP. Will the VWAP act as support? I mean, we don't know 100% for sure, but look what it's doing. It's been testing the VWAP 1, 2, 3, 4, arguably 5. That's 25 minutes. It's been testing the VWAP to see whether or not the VWAP will actually act as support. Now, there's a little sell flag there, but so the trend is trying to change on a 5, but the VWAP, the number is around 5. So that's what I'd be looking at, maybe put a price alert, let it maybe, 527 or so. And if it got there, you could always maybe, dabble in it, put your stop right underneath the VWAP. I mean, look at the volume, 133 million, 6,000 times normal up to this time of day. Okay, guys. Well, let's see if it has and it's one that I could buy. I wasn't sure if I could even buy it at Interactive Brokers. But saying to do the same thing, okay? And I'm not putting my stop underneath the VWAP, okay? I have a far tighter stop. It's either going to work pretty quickly or it's not going to work. A lot of action right around that 525 mark. Come on, yes. All right, guys. Well, I listen. I've taken some off. Okay, because I don't have the confidence it's going to keep ripping here. The VWAP is the VWAP is the VWAP. Okay, it's the same. It doesn't matter whether I look at a five. It shouldn't anyway. I'm looking at a 5 minute. There's the number down there, also 488. But I'm looking. That number will be a little bit different on my chart because I'm using pre-market data. Okay, but it should be virtually the same. I'm trying to find it on the 15. But the VWAP is the VWAP is the VWAP. There should only be one number intraday. Okay. Yes, Suzanne. Yes, that purple line on here, that's the VWAP. Look what it did. I mean, it was just holding it. There's a great example of the race. Okay, identifying that the stock was moving. It wasn't at near the high of the day or anything. It had pulled back into the VWAP, and it looked like it was trying to hold. That's a great example of how you can use the race to find pullback plays. But again, I'm not thinking this is going to get back up here anytime soon, if at all. This was more of a holding the VWAP type play, and it worked. They don't all work. The RGNT. So why would you not want that alert? You're talking about from the scan. So this it happened at 10:18. The alert was at 2:50. Why would you not want that? I mean, it popped all the way up to 3. You know, I had to trade it, and I did. But why would you not want that alert? I would want it. That for me was an awesome trade. Well, again, as I'm saying, these are not, some of them might keep moving for a while, but some of them are going to be very, very fast. Okay. I mean, this actually moved for quite a while. This GLXG at 305 before it finally pulled back. They got up to 482. I mean, they don't, but they're not. Don't think that you're like any one of these. It just they're going to keep moving all day long in that direction, especially if it's a fairly cheap one. Because for the reason it was down yesterday, it's typically, unless it was just down because the overall market was down, but the reason it was down yesterday is still kind of there. But I would want that. So I mean, but it's up to you. I mean, if you don't want to see something like that, I'm not sure how you would block it. Yeah, maybe with an RSI, but personally, I would I would never want to block it. The other thing too, as I said before, is that these could turn around. Not that I don't have shorts for this, but these could turn around for something that you want to see because okay, yeah, it petered out, and now maybe you short it underneath the VWAP. I can't short it because I don't have shorts available, and just saying okay, it was down yesterday for a reason. Those reasons are still in play, even though it did pop a bit today. But if you don't want to see stocks like that, then yeah, maybe up the VWAP or not the VWAP, but the an RSI or something. See, now AKR may turn into a short for me. Okay. It may turn into a short for me because it's now, so it was a nice, I made a little bit on it, but it may turn into a short for me. It's underneath the VWAP right now. And it might, the spread is great, only a penny. And the low right there is 21.75. Maybe I let that, maybe I get it underneath that. And, maybe I take a short on this one. All right, guys. I don't think I have shorts available for it, but would I? Yeah, I don't have shorts available for it. Well, it's not below the VWAP for me anyway. It's still hanging on the VWAP, but if it did, so I don't. It is not well below the VWAP now. I don't know what you're looking at, but even if you're looking at this is taking into account pre-market data, so it's at 5. If you're not looking at pre-market data, the VWAP's at 488, so it is not well below the VWAP now. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Zisan, okay? But even if I thought it would be, I have no shorts available for interactive brokers. I was just happy I could take the long. They didn't block me from it. Okay. I mean, this is still trying to hold the VWAP. I mean, now, yeah, it had the little pop at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sort of 7, 35 minutes now, just hanging around that VWAP area. The longer it holds, we might get we didn't get a ton of volume on that pop. But what if we get, a big volume bar, sellers saying, okay, I'm out, and let the buyers have it again and get some big volume buying coming in. So Zed, so you're not going to take this. You're just because you think that news, that Google news, is just too devastating. All right, guys, just confirmation. It'll be Steve Gomez will be taking over for me in about 40 minutes take over my YouTube feed at noon. Well, I can't answer that. I think all I can do is ask other people what their VWAP is from their charting programs, broker programs. Okay, for PPCB. So little poll here, guys. Zisan saying his VWAP is at 547. Anybody else with now I have the VWAP at now it's just getting below it now. I have it at 5, call it 5, but or 489 if you don't take into account pre-market data. So anybody else with you're using Thinkorswim or Schwab or something else, what are they showing the VWAP as? Because that would be a big difference, 547. $496. Okay, that's close. I mean, I don't think it's 547. And the VWAP, of course, changes. It's a changing number as the volume, changes at different. Well, that's interesting. 542 in Robinhood. I mean, that is a big difference. So I don't know. I can't explain that. 497 on. I would think that this VWAP here, 489 to 5 is more trading view. Okay, 497. I would trust that one also. I trust our data in this one. At any rate, walk you through the VELO. What does it look like? VELO. Yeah, I mean it's not bad. I mean it's obviously the trend is up. It's well above the VWAP. It's an all-time high. I mean it's an all-time high, so there's nothing stopping it. I wouldn't take it right now because it's a little bit parabolic. The bars are, but I would probably, if I wanted to take this, I would like to see it pull back maybe close to 30 and hold 30 and then maybe pop off 30. If I were in this one down here at say 24.90, wow, I mean, it would be awesome if I were down here at 24.90. I would have taken some off here as all of a sudden, the bars started getting into the wave. Would have taken some off. And then if I didn't take any off here, I would certainly have taken some off here as the bar started piercing the wave. Mm. Sorry, I should get rid of that announcement. I'm not on mute anymore, obviously. Well, lifetime range for Zillow is now. Are you doing Z or ZG? I guess it doesn't really matter, but boy, it's at the low of if it had a lifetime candle, this would be near the low of its lifetime for Z. ZG. Let's take a look at ZG. I mean, they're going to be very similar, obviously. This is what has more volume. That's all. So there's ZG, 1 million shares, and Z, and both almost the same price, 31.85, and Z, 31.51. More volume. So if you're looking for a little more liquidity, Z, a little more liquidity because it has more volume. That's devastating news too. I mean, what's going to prop it? I mean, they're going to try to come out, Rocket and Zillow. They're going to say, "Yeah, but," but really, the other thing is, I mean, I'm pretty sure. I mean, if I use Gemini and said, "Okay, Gemini, I'm looking in this area. Show me all the three-bedroom, two baths, 2,000 minimum square feet, garage, price range up from between this and this. Show me everything in that area, and give me the real estate listing link. I mean, links. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could do that. I mean, I know I could do that. and I use Gemini obviously because it's tied in with Google. So in that specific case, yeah, I hope if anybody's in real estate, like a real estate agent, don't take offense. But in the old days, the realtors had to really they had to search for everything for you. They had that big book, and you said, okay, this is what I'm looking for. You had no way to search yourself. So that was part of and they were getting that 7% commission on the first 100,000, and then what, 2.5 or 2% on the next. At least that's what it was in typically in Canada. I mean, now, you're doing most of the work. You're saying, okay, show me this place. I saw this. Even if I'm not even talking, just using Google. It's go to the real estate listing board, and you can see it all. You can do all the work yourself, and yet they're still charging that commission. All right, guys. Well, I did take this AKR short. I'm going to know. It's going to work. I'm going to know very quickly if it's going to work for me or not. No way. 7% on the whole sale. Huh. I think it might have changed, when real estate prices, in both countries started to skyrocket. So, maybe when real estate, you buy a home for $200,000 or something, okay, 7%. But no, boy, that's amazing that they charge 7% for the entire. So that'd be like $70,000 on a $1 million home. Wow. And $1 million. It's still a lot. I get it, but well, I'll put a price alert just underneath this 2173. See if I can induce it down a little bit. I'll be taking a break in about 30 minutes. Now, this is not going to be a wild one. I don't think it's going to be terribly volatile. So, now the VWAP for this one is 20. What is it now? 2176. So we're right at the VWAP. But if you look at pre-market data, yeah, it's about the same. So, I have to see if the VWAP can still act as resistance on the way up. If not, I'm out. It's really that simple. Not right when it turned orange. No, close though. Close. Very tight stop. I don't want to see it get above that VWAP by much. So how is that Equifax doing? I mean, that I haven't seen that one for a long, long, long time. Ever since it had that big data breach years ago. When was that? Wasn't that a long time ago? I mean, like a long time ago, back here, maybe in 2021. Just looking here, all these. I mean, I'm just trying to look at a. Looks like it could easily been here in January 2022. I'm just looking at that monthly candle. Yeah, Mama sure must have been because it was really ripping, 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 and then all of a sudden, I think that's when the data breach was. And that's a nice wave down. How about people that make money off your information, like you're doing in here? How do you feel about that? Still a little struggle trying to either get through the VWAP or not. That's all I'm looking at right now for the AKR. By the way, how long did you keep the room open till yesterday? Was it just the 10 minutes? Was there any action at all? 15. Okay. Well, two messages. All right. All right, guys. Again, this is, boring, 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 but I'm not going to get out of this short. Not unless it gets up into the 280 or 2180s, then I'll get out of it. Okay. First of all, 162, welcome, being new and all that. We don't support, well, there's a huge difference. We don't support the browser version at all. Okay. So the only reason before, if you were using the browser version, is because you have a Mac. Is that why you're looking at it? Because you have a Mac? Because if you have a PC, absolutely use the downloadable version. Okay. No, no, we don't even support the browser version anymore. It does kind of still work, but we don't support it anymore. So if you're wondering, what should if you have the opportunity to use a downloadable version, 100% do that. Okay. You are welcome. Now, are well, when you say you're new here, you're new into the room also, but you're new to you're new to Trade Ideas also? How long have you had it? Is today your first day? Or yesterday or today or this week? Yes, from 1 week. Okay. I just want to make sure you've done at least a couple of things. Well, at least one thing for sure, if you haven't already. So if you do click on my homepage, well, click on my homepage link. Okay, click on my homepage link, and then go down to the resources section, education, or the education section. Click on the more info. And if you haven't done this already, the getting started with trade ideas, please do this. It's basically mandatory. Okay, 12 short videos. You may not, well, even the login, because you you should know how to log in, of course, download the application. But please take a look at these videos. They're very short, but they cover the, all the key elements of the program. There are 12 of them if you haven't done this already. Okay? Okay. Now, I might have done that too quickly. So again, if you click on my homepage link, I just put the link in, click on the link, and you'll be at the top here. Scroll down and education, more info. Click on the more info, and here are the videos. Getting started with trade ideas. Okay. Oh, I appreciate that, Ahmed, in our main room. All right, guys, 11:39. So in about 20 minutes from now, I will be taking a break. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. Before I do take a break, I will put the YouTube link into the main room. Okay, give you a little bit of food. Just give me a moment. Well, Poe is the master of the trying to find the junk bounces. Actually, another decent one from our AI, Veru. I sort of saw it early, but I didn't think much of it. The next high looking left is here at 327, so it's right there. If it can get through that, then the next high is 343. How do I make the lines thicker in the charts? Are you talking about, say, the V, like my line here for the VWAP as an example? Okay, so this is just it's a something I accidentally discovered. Okay, I don't think it slows down the Pepe could probably tell me. I don't think it slows down the system so much, but now if you're using the browser-based charts and you click on indicators, this is what it's going to look like. Okay, so if you go to VWAP, you already have it, but keep adding it. Okay, keep adding it again, same color, and it'll thicken it, if that makes sense. Okay, you just keep adding it. What happened is I didn't realize I didn't realize I'd had it before, and then I added it. This is months and months and months ago. Then I noticed, wow, it thickened it. Okay, and it was just but I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any other way to do it. I don't think there's an option that says thicken it. I don't think so. Pepe probably knows, but there is not. Okay, so yeah, so just I don't think I don't think it slows down the system because the fact you've got, in fact, I think on my on this one, I probably did it about 3 or 4 times on the SMA 200-day moving average. Well, look, yeah, you see it right there. I've got it at least once, twice, 3 times. Don't say it, a lady, but seriously, that I've got it 3 times, and that was so I could thicken it up. What, William? You don't know my reference? Well, it was I have SMA, the 200 SMA. I have it 3 times, once, twice, 3 times, and then that's when I added a lady. Okay. Okay, guys, 11:45, 15 minutes until I'm out of here for an hour. Just waiting on this AKR. I mean, there's no reason for me. I mean, it's boring. I'm, up by about 2 pennies or so. There's no reason for me to get out of the trade. Probably would help if the market moved down a bit. So as I said, guys, you're not going to get too many alerts from this scan. These are the alerts for today. If you wanted more alerts, you'd have to relax the filters. I personally don't need more alerts, but some of you might want a little more action. But you know, the filters that I've got here make it so that perhaps the bounce or the reversal is a little more likely. Pretty quiet day, guys, when you can see, consider that the AI only has 3 alerts, and that's, a pretty quiet day. You know what? And I completely missed this. Okay. If you have the AI guy, I mean, look at this. Look at so 372 was the alert price for XOS. But look I don't know if it hit it immediately. So let's take a look at this. At 372, what did it get up to? No. So what happened is 372, it got stopped. If you took the trade immediately, then you would have got stopped out right here at 361. Okay. But you had an option you could have either waited for a re-entry, which happened because halfway between 372 and 361, so the alert price and the exit is 366. You'll get an opportunity to take the trade on the re-entry. So look what happened from the re-entry 366. before it did any of this, it went from 366 all the way up to 413, which is a great percentage move. So again, if you have the AI, please do not well, first of all, make sure you have that profitable trades unchecked. Now they're all profitable now. Profitable meaning they're above the entry price, the first alert price. But if you had that one, if you had it checked, you would not see the fact that at 366, because that's underneath 372, you wouldn't have seen this. So please make sure you uncheck that profitable if you have the AI. Okay. Well, the AI works. I mean, it's pretty well. When I say simple, I mean you just wait for the alerts to happen. You still have to have some trading experience. Okay, 162. But you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, is going to be up to you. You have an alert price. You have a stop. Here's the first one was at 10:01. You will not get any alerts until at least 9:40. Okay, that's the earliest you'll get an alert from the AI. As you can see, you didn't get one until 10:01. And you just wait. I'm sorry, 957 was the first one. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is going to be up to you. But there's nothing more to know about it. There's nothing. There's no settings to. You just wait for the alerts to happen. And a lot of people will just wait for reentries. Just give me one moment. Just give me one moment, guys. Okay. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. I am back. So again, there's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing sort of, I won't call magical about it. You just wait for the alerts to happen, but you have to have an idea of, do you want to trade it or not? Somebody asked a question. Come on down. Come on. Give me a little. Well, I want to see down into low 60s perhaps. What is the on AKR? What is the VWAP? The VWAP for me, there's the line. Yeah, it's about the same as 2176, 2178. Okay. Yeah, that's the line. And then 2176. I mean, it's so close. Sometimes the line can be different. I don't say, well, it can be a little bit more different from the this number here. Again, that number does not use the pre-market volume. I want to use the pre-market volume. Why not? I mean, if there's a lot of pre-market volume, I would want to know about that. Can I change the colors green, white? These over here? That I'm not sure of. I agree with you. I find the white a little hard to read. Um, I'm not sure. I've never. I mean, if we cannot find it in the chart style, not here, obviously. Color, maybe price text color, maybe. That's a palette. Maybe try that. I don't know if that is. I don't know if that what that is going to do, but you might want to try that. I think I went through this once before. I didn't really see price text color. What if I did this? Just out of curiosity. Ah, it changes that. It doesn't change this. That's right. Oh, these okay. What that is just looking. It's well, at least it gives you the levels a little more on my black chart. Gives a, but I don't think there's a way to change that. I may be wrong. Maybe Pepe knows. I don't think so though. You're talking about that color right there, the white getting in. Like it'd be nice if it were. Well, if you have a black screen like me, put it in mauve or something. Just don't know. But I mean, listen, best thing to do before you send, just go to the chart style and see if there's anything in here. Status line, see if there's anything in here that makes a change. Take a chart, okay, duplicate a chart and experiment with this just to see if anything does change, because they're not going to be able to tell you anything. They're going to say, well, this is what you got. So I would take a chart, duplicate it, and then just experiment with these colors and see if anything changes. Pepe probably knows if you can change that white to some other color within the current price. Okay, good for you. And well, there's a winner. So good for you. I'm looking right here. Own one egg. Yeah, wow, good for you as always, Poe. You're great at finding these little junky stocks off a dollar. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, Pepe says if it's not in his knowledge bank, then it doesn't exist. Okay, seriously. So there's no point in contacting the Mozzie. I actually looked at that myself a while back when I switched to the black charts, and I could not see a way to change it because I'm with you. I kind of would rather have a different color. Wow, 11:56. I better get ready for Steve to take over for me. So put my announcement up here on a break. Got to wait for him to show up on a break. So back around 1 p.m. ET, Eastern Time. I'm not leaving until he gets here, of course, but not here in our YouTube room. Okay. When I say here, in the main room. So here is the link to get into YouTube. Okay, guys. So I'm just going to wait. It's 11:57. So a couple of minutes. Steve should be in our YouTube room to take over for me. And I can hold on to this short of a AK. I'm not. I'll be near my computer. Number one, it's also not a crazy volatile one, so I'm not not too worried that all of a sudden it's going to pop $1 on me. But boy, wow, good for you, Poe. I mean, this one, I saw that you were talking about it a little earlier, but I ignored you. I didn't ignore you, but I didn't have a chance to take a look at it. Tremendous. Now, how about the gels? Wow. You know, it looks like one egg, doesn't it? I mean, you know, well, even better. Started at 61 cents up to $2. Are you kidding me? And what is the commonality? Well, you know, they're low floats, but they're not crazy low. I mean, crazy low now is under 1 million. Okay, but there's 7 million in that. And the other one has, I think, 6 million, 5 million. They're still very low. Okay, guys, I heard a little pop in our YouTube room. So that means Steve, I'm sure, is going to be there. So guys, in the main room, we'll see you in about 1 hour. Okay. And now I can welcome Mr. Stephen Gomez to our YouTube room. I'm assuming that little pop meant you were there.
Yep.
So you gave me that. Well, I saw that link. Did you take a look at the link, the one that Dan gave you? Did you have it up and running just by any chance?
I did, but I think I closed it, so it's not open now. Okay. It was kind of noisy, and it was looking for reversals, intraday reversals. I haven't had a chance to speak to him about it. I just kind of saw it in a thread, so I opened it and just was looking at it. But I was just more curious of like what he was describing he's looking for and how the GPT used our system to configure what he was looking for. That was kind of curious.
So how different is it from what we had before? Because I know you could kind of do that before. So how has it been improved?
Well, one of our developers here is kind of understood that there's a lot of third-party APIs and widgets out there that can kind of fill the gap of what we had with our stuff versus just a raw GPT. So he's a developer, and he's kind of connecting the dots with a lot of the third-party widgets, is the best way to put it. And that is allowing the GPT to now understand how Trade Ideas works and how it went about using the configuration panel based on what a user wanted. So it's kind of cool.
Now, how about down the road? Of course, everybody's talking about prediction models.
Yeah.
Well, for instance, asking, okay, I've got this. Here's my chart. Can you give me any idea about where it could go, based on my chart? So you take a picture of the chart.
I'm sure that's coming. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's even already here. For some point, I think you can upload charts as it is now.
Yes.
Some of these AIs can give you an opinion on it for sure.
But I'm thinking from, a little more from within Trade Ideas. So, I mean, I've used Gemini. It's amazing. It is truly amazing. Yeah. Taking a picture and have it tell me, well, this is what we're seeing. This is what I'm seeing. I'm Gemini.
Well, I think the answer there is that Ron, the developer, has kind of stumbled on something that's building a great foundation for us to be able to do these types of things.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. All right, Steve, I'll let you go, and I'll try to be back 5 to the hour. So, because I know you have important meetings to get to.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Unlike my important meeting yesterday on Torrey Pines South.
Oh, yes. Well,
I got Brad out. We got Brad out.
Yeah. How's he doing?
Good. He was still driving the ball pretty strong.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Muting myself now.
He beat me. Anyway. Okay. So, hey, everybody. I was just looking at Alpha Trends, Brian Shannon's post on X before I came live, because I was real curious what he's looking at. What I'm looking at, and Andy and I are kind of discussing here, is the old school fashion, the blue line, the 50-day moving average, the general bill of health. We gapped above and held the 50-day moving average on the initial run of this move, and as I draw it, we've had a pretty bad week of selling, and we're very close to it. And the same thing kind of goes for the NASDAQ. I think it's got a bit more to go for the NASDAQ. Yeah, a bit more space in there. But, if the S&P touches it here, it's going to be soon. But Brian added kind of another layer to it. Let me see if I can break down what he's looking at here. So This is the anchored VWAP from the gap up that we looked at, which is very close to where we are right now. So this is what I'm seeing. We're literally sitting on the first ledge here of support, which is the gap up, and Brian drew an anchored VWAP from that on the NASDAQ and the Qs. And that's where we are and bounced off yesterday. So we're holding that level right now. He's kind of saying, well, we do have the 50-day moving average is in green. And so it's a bit lower, just like I showed you. And the NASDAQ, same thing. And I think he's also put in a Fibonacci. But anyway, he's got these green box zones. And unfortunately, it's lower than where we are right now. It doesn't mean that he's right and we're going to pull back and get it. But I was just kind of curious about what he was thinking before I came on live here. Anyway. So happy Thursday, everybody. What are my thoughts on the market? I'll tell you what I've noticed the last few days. The last few days, the market, the spiders, individual stocks, what have you, the indexes, they gap up a little bit. And so everybody sees, oh, there's a little bit of green on their blotter. Maybe it's time to bounce. And I'm going back here for the last 4 or 5 days. This is how it's kind of been. And the sellers are in there lurking. And for however reason it works, the first half an hour of the market, things start to bid up and trend up, and of course I catch myself wanting to do it too. You see the names that you had yesterday and you maybe want today. Oh, I better buy some of this. And so that has a way of suckering in and bringing in inducing buyers. And unfortunately, that's a byproduct of what a giant sell order is usually hoping for and maybe even instigating themselves. I swear, you go back and read the book, Reminiscence of a Stock Operator, Jesse Livermore. And Jesse Livermore was a great trader, and he was talking to one of his order clerks, and he wanted to go short a stock, but he told the kid to go buy 100,000 shares first. And the kid said, why are you buying? He goes, I want to bring in attention. I want to attract attention. There's nothing wrong with that. So he brought in attention, then he sold his long, and then he hammered the short. That's how big players and big sell orders have to work. And that's still bothered me a little bit, Jay, that's the way the market has been. Now for today, we're trying to hang in there. I see your question. Is it time to go short? If you're going to go short, you want to do it on strength. Like, so the NASDAQ just had 4 or 5 green candles here. This would be the place you might try and do a short. We look at some of these. Okay, we look at some of these high flyers like Micron, for instance. You've heard me talk a lot about when you want to short, you want to be shorting at levels that are close to the declining 5-day moving average. So here we are creeping up again. There's no guarantee that this is the day that we just blast through. You're asking me to predict. It's a hard prediction right now. What I tell you is we have needed this in the worst way. We've needed this consolidation. I'll put up the SMHs as well. We've needed this consolidation in the worst possible way. Now, when you have that consolidation, where has it come from? Well, it's come from an upcurrent. Is that consolidation likely to resume in the same direction? Yeah, it is. So I'm very hesitant of wanting to go super short right here, but there is no reason not to. You could take a stab. Look at the SMHs. This is the semiconductor. There's the 5-day moving average. There's the 5-day moving average. So it was rejected earlier today, but the buyers are creeping back. So I'm not going to tell you to go short, but if you want to do it, it's much better. What you don't want to ever do, Jay, is go short down here. Wait for all of this, and then we all break down, and then, oh, you feel safe. It's safe to short. No, you're going to get bounced out, just like they did there. So you have to kind of determine what's the general current of the market. I can't say it's up, and I can't say it's down. It's sideways. And it's sideways for a reason, that we've needed this sideways action. What does NVIDIA look like? These are all the leadership names. We've got a lot of names that are just really overbought. Well, NVIDIA's had a bit of a rough trial. They're not so much looking like the beautiful consolidation of the semiconductor. What does Avgo look like? That one sold off too. All I can do is tell you, Jay, what I'm doing. And again, I did the same thing I did yesterday, which I tried to buy a few things, and then I went on the golf course and found myself stopped out of everything. So I took a hickey yesterday. Wasn't happy about it, but I had a fun time. I'm looking to try and get a few things going again here today. I literally have 5 stops. I told Andy before I came live, I've got 5 stops. They're set. So that allows me to come in here and focus and do whatever and not trade my account, during this hour. I'm just going to let the chips fall where they may. And I think that's the right move right now because we're in a back and forth sideways. I've gone red, green, red, green, red, green like 5 times already. Whereas the last 4 days coming into today, it's green. Hey, sucker you in. It's going to be boom, red, rug pull rest of the day. Just gets worse all day. That's what it's been like the last week. Is today going to be the day we change? Well, I don't know. We're very close to this rising 50-day moving average. We're close enough. It is midday. This little bounce we've had here could roll right back over and frustrate everybody, including me. And maybe that's what we need to physically tag, because algorithms and quant funds like to tag their target level. And technically, we have not tagged it. And these markets are run by computers, and computers need inputs, targets, and goals, and things like that. So sometimes when I get a little bit giddy too soon and there's still airspace between the current price and the obvious level of a moving average support, I have to take the risk that I might be early. But is it time to go short? I don't know. It's back and forth, back and forth. So whatever you do, I guess the answer, I'm going to ultimately answer this, is do it quickly, do it in a contrarian fashion, and take your profits quickly because they can disappear quickly. What's up, Patrick? RSP is much higher above the 50 than right. Good point. The weighted RSP. Wow, interesting. Yeah, the equal weight, because the S&P has bigger things that have been high flyers like NVIDIA and Tesla and other things in there, they get bigger weight. And so when the Mag 7 big stocks come down, it's going to drag down the SPY, the S&P 500, because they've given it that ridiculous weighting. Oh, you get an extra weighting because you're a big 600-pound gorilla. Well, what Patrick's pointing out is if you take all 500 stocks and give them all equal weighting, it's actually a bit more stronger than what we've looked like. And I think that's the reason I just explained all those big high flyers had to let some steam off. There's a lot of leverage that had to be undone. Would it be a good time to get into rum? You know what? Probably. I am just perplexed. And let's talk about rum. Yeah, I think it would be. It could be very well a good time. I hate to give direction like that, but I'm in it, and I'm still positive in it. But let me just tell you something. This is the day right here. We gapped up. We had incredible. It was like the CEO back here said, "Hey, don't forget about us. We're kind of a little mini Nibius over here. We've got cloud solution for AI compute on demand." And then lo and behold, they get a big $250 million contract right here. And I thought, oh man, here we go. Well, there was a big player in there that said, I'm going to use the sell the news to exit the big position. And if we look back in hindsight, guys, it's basically what's happened across the board in all stocks. But rum had a goofy reaction. So in the interest, Justin, of being a contrarian, yeah, you've got a much better price than the people that chased the news headline above $10. Intraday, you got a nice little wick here, a reversal way below the 5-day. So you can take a contrarian entry here and you've got an easy out. If if it's a short-term money and you don't want to risk much, you put it at lows. Now, I have a lot of stocks, and we can go through them now that I've done that in. Hey, I'm back to green. What do you know? The 5 stocks that I've got stops in are a BBAI, stop at low down here above 392. All these stocks I'm showing you that I took I took all these today, this morning. Back in Richter Robotics again, Rictech Robotics, majorly sold off. I've got a stop near lows down on that one. But look at these charts. They all look very similar. They've been extremely oversold. So we went from overbought in the indexes and the chips to oversold in a lot of these small cap names. What else did I buy? SMR, once again, I'm a glutton for punishment in this thing. But the point is, and this is why I'm showing you this, you can take these chances down here, like you're asking about rum, your risk reward is solid. You've got a low, stop at lows, because if we roll over and go back to lows, we're not done with this ridiculous selling action yet. But at some point, we are going to hit a low, and it's human nature to try and grab that low because you have confidence and you can get a bigger move from that low. So you can risk that area down here in SMR, for example, and maybe shoot for that right there. So that's a pretty good risk reward. So that's what I'm doing in 5 or 6 of these names. HYMC, back into a silver name, Patrick. See how they all kind of have that same little ellipse at the bottom there, and now they're all just kind of holding a bid. I like that for now. Let's see if it holds. But again, a stop at lows. And this one, I'm not going to sit in that and forget it. NGX is a new name I took. This is a up-and-coming studio. AMC Studios are reporting good. People are going back to the movies, so ANGX is kind of a name from the past. Joby, I've been kind of in and out of this one. This is that Uber in the sky. Same chart. A week of selling. Wash out at lows on the open. I took a chance on a few of these types of charts, and I've got to stop down here near lows or at lows. So a lot of these trades I'm showing you here are risk reward. Good risk, better reward. Everything else is the usual suspects. All right. What are my thoughts on I'm getting real tired of the Iran conflict. It's going to resolve the way we want it to. You just have to see that Trump is just waiting to get everything he wants. And in the meantime, we play footsie with headlines. And I'm really annoyed by the headlines. But I think the market is beginning to understand that we're going to see lower oil prices. It's probably inevitable. It's not fun to see all this shit and crap on TV and videos and explosions and headlines. But I think we're close to the end. And Iran's, you don't want to know what I really think, but we'll just say the country of Iran is going to heed, and they are going to give Trump exactly what he wants. And I'll tell you right now, by the time we get to midterm elections, gasoline and oil is going to be a lot lower. And that's all by design. This is all, one big movie. So the answer is we've already won. I just wish they'd get it over with. Do you like RSI divergence? Yeah, I do. Getting in early. So I do look at RSI divergence. And matter of fact, let's take a look at what I was actually saying before we broke down. I was saying, Andy, I'm a little concerned about this market because if we put RSI on here, we have the classic case of bearish divergence. For those that don't know, what we do is we look at the highs, higher highs, higher highs, higher highs in the NASDAQ, but we're doing it with not as much oomph. And I think the SPY looked even better when I looked at SPY. It did. Look at the SPY here. SPY, higher highs in the price. Kind of a lower high in RSI. What about the SMHs? Not so much. And then the opposite is true with bullish divergence. Stocks that are making lows. Let's see. Okay, so here's DJT, something that I've been stubbornly sitting in. It made a lower low, didn't it? Yes, it did. Did the RSI go to lows? No, it did not. So that's what we call bullish divergence. ABTC can't say the same thing. That just can't get out of its own way. What else is a low? DJT is probably the best example of that one. But I will look at it for the bigger picture sometimes. It's not something I'm going to keep on my screen all day. All right. I think the headline that you have to watch for Iran is they agree to give up their uranium. We'll just leave it at that. Once they give up their uranium, that's when the fun starts. Because you can trace it back to where it came from. And that's going to be interesting. So, we're just holding our pattern here in the market. Obviously, this is going to be the next level of interest. It's a big headwind right now, this declining 5-day moving average. Yeah, ACHR is also similar to Joby. Yeah, that's a good looking chart. Same thing, same exact chart as Joby. See how it's funny how a lot of these charts look very similar in style. So ACHR, I see what you're saying, is the perfect risk reward. You buy at 507, you stop out at 495, and you could make 50 cents. And if you do make 50 cents, what you do is you just sell half here and you pocket that half, you pay yourself, and then maybe if it goes through, you get paid on the second half. That's how I would play Archer. Pepe knows exactly what I'm talking about. I'm going to come back home with a bow on it and a signature. And like I said, that's when the real fun starts. Hover. Let's take a look at Hover, another one of those new urban. Yeah, sitting. It's playing footsie there on the 50 and the 200. So risk reward in Hover. You buy 220, you risk it down to 207. You could easily probably get up to 250, sell half, and hope for better. It's still a gimmick. I mean, who knows? In this market, when there's a lot of sellers, you know, the Uber stocks. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to type Uber. The new unproven sky taxis, Joby, Archer. There's another one I'm forgetting. That's a good. That's a really nice looking. If it holds, I mean, if you look at Archer by the end of the day, and you still got a green candle in Archer in the last hour of the day, because the selling has been accelerating in the end of the day, whereas last month it was the buying was accelerating at the end of the day. So you get the true story of the market by how people are finishing up their orders the last hour. And back to green for the moment. It's a bit encouraging because yesterday was an early fake out and then just hammer all day long. Probably one of the reasons I played like crap yesterday. I kept looking at my phone. Curious to see if this HYMC will work. This is a pretty ugly chart, but all we need is a little bit of a pop in silver and it might come back to life. I'm not proud of it. There's really nothing to like except what we've been talking about, right? Buy at 23.50, stop out at 22.50. 26 is easily on the table if it goes. So that's my mentality today. Aside from the core positions I'm holding, Xerox being one of them. Hang on a second. I clicked the wrong thing. It's a fickle chart. It has a funny way of spiking up on a big buy order and then just coming back and wicking, but that's holding up really well. So relatively speaking, I'm still liking my Xerox chart. I still have the rum. There we go. Nice little pop in rum. You brought some good luck to that comment. GameStop. I was noticing yesterday in the sell-off, GameStop wouldn't go down. It's been holding up pretty nicely. I think this thing is just winding up for a crazy headline, and I want to be involved if a good headline comes out. I think people are underestimating the CEO, Ryan Cohen. What else have I been sitting in? Oh, one I forgot to mention. I bought this today as well, and this is a different chart. This is DFTX. My I don't know, social media, TikTok algorithm rabbit hole I went down to, just tons of good news about psilocybin helping people's brains, Alzheimer's, PTSD, all kinds of addiction stuff. People are turning anti-pharmaceutical out there, and you've got RFK Jr. leading the way. This is the old MindMed stock. You've heard me talk about MindMed a lot. So it's now DFTX. And I took advantage on the little pull down on the open. It's been holding up well. It's almost like it's becoming a stock I want to root for for so many reasons, as long as the chart behaves. So I bought some DFTX this morning. ASTI is one that Brian liked. He showed me that one earlier, but starting to break down there. Solar. But whatever you guys want to talk about, I think I might open that scan I had earlier. See if there's anything interesting in there. The one that the GPT made. I don't think there is. Intraday reversal. Let's load that. Intraday reversal. These are some goofy names, Dan. Let's look at the configuration. Volume today, it needs 900,000. Okay, so it's one of those where it's searching for not average daily volume. I get caught up on the average daily, but it's come to life. So I see that. Relative volume 1.5. That's done almost 1 million shares. And then the alerts, 4 hours of trading and inverted head shoulders. Inverted head and shoulders using a 4-hour time frame and a gap down reversal. Either one of those can be the event. Let's see what this thing has come up with. Probably shouldn't expect a whole lot from this today because everything is just going back and forth in a tight range today. But I wasn't here yesterday, and I know Dan talked about it. This was something, basically a concept, typed it into a prompted AI, and the prompt knows what to do with it now in terms of configuring it for trade ideas scanning. That's just the beginning. So, guys, this morning I tried Wolf. Again, I had some money to go shopping, and I've told you sometimes when I go shopping, I want to look for a possible nice short squeeze if it works. And so this top row here, these are the biggest of the shorts, and Wolf's one I've been watching. And so when I pulled Wolf up this morning, this little wick right there, all right, was a perfect tag on the 50-day. So this was literally one of the first trades I took, probably right about there. And I was happy for a moment. And then deja vu started to hit me. Here we go again. Here come the sellers. And then right about here, I said, you know what? I'm putting a stop in. I'm not even going to let this thing go to lows. And I got stopped out like right about there. So there's an example of taking your small paper cut, adhering to your discipline. If you're going to buy contrarian and you have a low risk, high reward setup, you have to respect the low risk. And I did. And I got out. And I'm probably happy I did because this thing, maybe it's short for a reason. But every now and then when the market's just right and the short squeezes kick in, that's kind of the stuff I gravitate towards. You see rum coming through. What's rum? Go to Lowe's, Wolf. I don't care. I already sold you. I like your strategy on the daily above the 20, and it drops to the 130 SMA and the 15. Yeah. So I made a scan, and there's nothing in here today because this is going to show me stocks that are my favorite stocks, making new lows that are pulling back to the 20 SMA by 0.2%. But the problem is, symbol list. It's not the market. It's my 401k list and my liked. So maybe 100 symbols at the most, but none of those happen to come through today because none of those met that criteria. Everything's pretty much below that. But here's what we could do. Let's try something fun here. Let's go duplicate window, and we'll change that 20 to a 50 SMA because that's probably more likely to be found. We'll turn off the 20. Let's turn on the 50. Negative 0.2%. Positive 0.2. We might get something. No, I guess we didn't. Everything that I've been is blown past the 50, so that won't work either. I'm going to turn that off. But that's the concept. You've got the 130. Yeah, so let's see. What if I do this? If I duplicate it. I probably still won't get anything like that, because it's just my list, but I can turn that off. Let's see. So nothing in my list. What if we turn my list off? Nothing. What the heck? It's just one of those days where it's something you think you might be able to scan for, it doesn't come through. No big deal. But I follow you, Justin, what you're doing. You know, you're using the power of trade ideas to catch a few days of weakness, pulling back right into the sweet spot and trusting that sweet spot is going to hold. And if it doesn't, then you just do what I did there in Wolf. You know, you take the small paper cut and you accept your loss. Yeah, I'm using new lows on the day. Sometimes I might even put a nickel above. Like if it's a nickel above lows, it's probably heading to lows. Maybe I'll save a couple pennies, you know, getting out a bit early, but for the most part. So I see this compare count window. I see the red starting to cross up. That's usually when my P&L goes back from green to red. It's just a lot of back and forth today. Every day is different, which is why what works one day doesn't always work the next day. Here comes some more red, some new 30-minute lows because we're at the bottom of the hour here. So I always kind of see a pickup in things. But yeah, that's the theory on these types of charts. So if I go back to Archer, come on. It's a nice looking daily chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a day of rest, 6, 7. 7 brutal days of downtrending and wicking. But we have a little bottom tail here from the open, which is what we want to see. We want to see this thing hold. And intraday, this starts to cup. The 10 SMA starts to cup and cradle the price. That's the beginnings of, you know, something, green shoots. But this chart, I would still use the low of the day. Actually, I would probably maybe even use these spikes right there, 496 versus 493. You know, if it comes back down to this area, it's probably doomed, is the way to look at it. So I've been known to maybe put it a couple cents above the day's lows because that's an assumption that, you know, just get out of the way. What's up, Mike? You know, you're never late. But still seeing this little hiccup here. I call these, you know, sell programs, buy program. I've really gotten used to using this window a lot, this market pulse window. I can quickly kind of see, I can look over and see, uh-oh, here comes some selling. You just kind of know. If anybody wants it, you can have it. I'll drop the cloud for that particular setting in there. I don't know about Mastery the last couple of days. I've taken a little bit of a drawdown after hitting all-time highs last week. But I mean, look at the market. It's just, that's kind of the way it is. Nobody rings a bell that says, hey, pull your cash out and sit on your hands for 5 days. No, we're wired to come in here and swing the bat and try. But I've been I could have been a lot worse because I really, tried to keep my risk as low as I could in the things I was actively trading. Some of the things I've been sitting in certainly didn't help, like Rumble, getting a nice bounce here. Speaking of DJT, that didn't help. Xerox has been holding up pretty well. ABTC is very disappointing. But when I pull up Bitcoin, I'm like, well, how disappointed can you be? Actually, that's the prior low in Bitcoin, and ABTC is not quite there yet. So it's relatively okay. But we need one headline. We need one big solid headline to kind of pull us out of this little sideways drift we're in down here in an oversold situation. And it could do it. Just one headline and everybody agrees, okay, that's good. Maybe it's time to start bidding again. Groupon was one that I tried because I made money back here, and then I took some profits what I could, and it just hasn't been able to try and bounce again. And it's a ridiculous company, don't get me wrong, but it had a giant short float, so I was trying to play a short squeeze. You can't play a short squeeze when the market's selling off because the shorts feel empowered. That's the bottom line. Whereas back here, a lot of squeezing was going on. So there's a right time and a wrong time to try and play the shorts. Hanging out okay in RickTech Robotics. I might even just put an alert there. Because you can add to these kinds of things. If they do want to turn around in the last hour of the day, maybe start to show their true colors in green, you could add to those trades. And ideally, you're not taking full sizes down here anyway. When you do a contrarian trade, it's usually good to try and enter half and then pick a spot where you can add to it once you feel like, hey, like you're at a card table, right? And you're dealt a pair of 10s and the dealer's got a 2 showing. Like, oh, okay. Let me just add to my bet here. Right. Yeah. Good observation, Keyshawn. They're stuck between those 2 moving averages. It's a mess. And so, like I said, my P&L has gone back and forth, green and red. Let's see what it is now. It's back to green. And I wouldn't be surprised because I'm seeing a lot of reason I'm not surprised is as I was talking to you guys, I'm seeing the pulse of the market here. This red spike abated. My favorite names are coming through with green. It's always a good sign to look away. I got stopped out of this wolf only because it's a giant 87% short the fall. I don't know who they do or what they do, but I was just trying to play something and it didn't work. Interestingly enough, too, it just kind of occurred to me this little sell-off we've had all week was right after the PDT rule changed. There were a lot of good small cap runners I know that did make some moves, some exaggerated moves. I thought about this one this morning, but it's almost like these uranium stocks, they were just as oversold as every other chart out there. You just don't know when the bell rings which ones they're actually going to buy back and which ones they're just going to chop around. But I've been kind of leaning away from, I say that as I'm sitting in HYMC. I just know that I don't do well in mining stocks. And I have to remind myself that there's still companies with still board of directors who are greedy and looking for exits and and other ways to try and manipulate things, and you get caught up in that kind of stuff with a mining company versus silver by itself. Yeah, I do have. It's a great catch. I've got relative volume here in this particular worm or compare count window. It could easily be taken out, and it would make it a lot more. It would make it a lot more active. But for whatever reason, I want to just know what the stocks are doing. I don't want the noise. To me, it seems like it might take some of the noise out. You got to be doing at least your normal relative volume to make it into this screen, because those are the ones where the volume is and they're pushing the market around. So a stock that's doing 0.5 or 0.4 that's just being sold for some random reason, I don't know if I want that in the mix. You are welcome, Kishore, to duplicate it and then run one without it. Let's see what happens. Let's see how much that would do. Okay, I have to do both. I have to do both sides. I got to do the sell side too. Okay, let's go ahead and run this and see how much more active it is, because we still have 15 minutes to go. We can let this run for 15 minutes. Yeah, they're more valuable than I kind of realized when they first came out, because only because I'm always multitasking here and I'm distracted. And, if I'm thinking I need to manage something and I look over out of the corner of my eye and I see a big red spike on there, then I know sell programs are hitting and I need to pay attention to something. It's definitely more active as we watch this. Nice to see room bouncing. Yeah, I mean, for people who it's very difficult to trade on a 1-minute chart because of the noise of the price action. But these compare count windows, they can be one of the earliest indicators that we have. I guarantee if a strong headline came out right now, you would see a giant green spike and you immediately know something's happening. And what's nice about this configuration is it doesn't have to hit a high of the day. That's why we call it more of a pulse. It's got 30-minute highs built into it. Right there, 30-minute. Pre and post, it runs pre and post. Regular new highs, but if it's going to make a 30-minute new high, that's kind of a pulse in intraday, intra-range that I want to know about. Because as you know, this market is nothing but a bunch of program trading. The good news so far is that we haven't ripped and gone to lows and retested everybody's patience like we've done Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So that's the encouraging part. Off the lows, as they say on CNBC. As the oil prices come down, I've been seeing, I thought I saw some strength in, that was 2 days ago, that's right. I think we're getting close to the days where the oil shooting up is probably coming to a close end. I don't have anything to base that on. It's just a feeling. I'm totally anticipating a move in this one only because it's a nice rounded bottom. And people are supposedly going to the movies again. AMC is kind of coming back to life. So this is just another studio, Angel Studios. And I know how this thing trades. It can come to life quickly. It's a good little spike in CDE, so that means maybe the silver miners are catching something. Nope. Those are all catching a little bid. Yeah. Another uranium stock on highs. No, I was looking at both of these this morning. Of course, I didn't. When you pass on, I do too. It's in the back of my mind, Pepe. It's bugging me, and I feel like I'm just like living on borrowed time here, where we still have 3 hours where we could just come down and just kiss it, tag it. And if that happens, I've got stops in, like I said. So the ones that want to hold up will hold up. The ones that are weak will show themselves, and I'll turn that into cash for tomorrow's ideas. But it's like we're in the neighborhood now. Finally, it's trying to bet on day one was too hard. Day two was an inside day range. This I thought we might have had something because of that long tail. Turned my back on the market. Went golfing yesterday. Just kind of sat in the things I'm normally sitting in. Today, tried to put some things to work on a more of a swing trade, day trade basis. But we are so close. And if we just hold this level, maybe one more day will draw tomorrow and get a little bit closer. But in the back of my mind, I'm with you, Pepe. I know these algorithms, they're OCD. They need to walk up and press the button, and they need to hit their target to satisfy their inputs. Yeah, the S&P low high is super easy to share because everybody has the same symbol list built in. And if you don't know what I mean, it's just those events, 30-minute highs and lows. There's no filtering. But we're using this S&P 500. So if this doesn't translate, you got to go into add existing list and find it and then enable it. But it's helpful. It gives you another type of visual pulse. And it's like I should know better, Pepe, but it's like the other part of me, we all know this internal dialogue. Oh, but what if I miss it? What if it's stronger than that? What if I miss it? I'm going to be so mad that I'm not in. And so I've just got to resign myself to the fact that I might be early. There's a little bit of space in there. You get a little bit of daylight still. And that's why I keep looking at the SPY. It's more comforting than looking at the Qs because there's a bigger space in the NASDAQ. But I tell myself, well, the NASDAQ's what led us higher, so maybe it won't touch. But that can be fool's thinking sometimes.
Why didn't you say so?
It's kind of hard to compare these two. This is basically that. Because I started this one late. But I'm still glad I looked at it. It's a different way of... I might even keep up another copy of it. See, we just crossed over there. We just crossed over on the short-term one, meaning not the short-term, but the wide open one with no filters. Basically, no volume filters, that is. But it's barely registering down here. I think I'll save a copy of this for tomorrow. Try and remember to launch that. I'd like to compare these two throughout the day, actually. That's a good point you brought up. SMCI, that one's fallen from grace. And here's, woof, look at that. Now, this is a gap fill for the most part, it looks like. It blew through the 50-day SMA, and 28.60 would be your out, 30.10. So you're risking 50 cents. Yeah, there's a lot of upward movement in that one. But they had some bad news, and I hate not understanding the news before you do something like that. Also, the day after bad news usually takes a couple more days to ring out the week. Yeah, Kish, again, I'm glad you reminded me of that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to minimize that, and I'm going to make that a part of the layout. Superstitious, I have to do the NASDAQ. Make that part of the layout so it starts on time tomorrow and I don't miss anything. So just updated my layout. It should still run from the minimized position, but I can pop it up and side by side it like that. And I may determine after a day or two that this is the better one to use, that I was, suppressing too much data, just focusing on the stocks in play, so to speak, because they had good volume. The GDX is, so silver miners and GDX have slinked their way up to the top here, changed from the open on the ETFs, sector ETFs, that is. So I'm not surprised by that. I kept seeing those names coming through: AG, FSM, CDE. I start to see patterns of names coming through. That's one of the reasons I'm in HYMC. I expect better from this today. This thing should be doing better than that. But the good news is its peers are running, so. This poor SMR is a real sad sack. Yeah, it's good. That's true. Definitely slows down during the lunch hour in East Coast from 12 to 1. The real key today is, how are we going to close? Are we going to set up and hold some bids on the close? Or are we going to set up and there's more stock to sell by the end of the day? That'll be discouraging, only because we're so oversold already. Most of these charts look like SMR, like RR. ACHR, the stocks that I'm liking to play. BBAI, I'm in this one. They just can't get out of their own way down here. So we need a headline, or we need an end of day buy rally to tell everybody that, that pattern of late day selling is over. But if we see late day selling again today, it's not encouraging. I'm basically flat on my my positions over here. I've got some winners and some losers. They're all pretty much just flat down here. I haven't really done much. Hopefully this DFTX can do something. I'm cheering. Like I said, I'm cheering for that company. I'd like to see people switch away from pharmaceuticals. All right. Oh, it's getting late. If there's any other questions, you're going to want to ask them now. I wish I had bought that UEC. Oh, well. Barry.
Steve. Why do they call it the worm? I should know this, but every time people ask for the worm, and it's the compare count window. So where does this worm reference come from?
I guess either that or this. I don't know. We call it a compare count because maybe worm was already taken. I don't know.
Okay, but worm. I mean, because it kind of wiggles around.
Maybe like really it's like an inchworm. I don't know. Perhaps.
Okay.
Worm.
It's always it's been one of those things I've been meaning to ask, and I always forget every time I hear it, and then hours go by and I forget I even thought about it. So, but when you mentioned the compare count, and I saw somebody sent an email saying, "Do you have the worm?" And I don't know if it was you or Andy or whatever said, "Yeah, here's a compare count."
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll let you go.
We've learned what that means. So some people call it that.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Right. We will see you next week.
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good. Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, give me one moment as I get my layout for YouTube up and running again. Get rid of my announcement, and one more thing to do. As always, get my music going. Okay, I do see the question regarding now, you cannot reset your balance. Okay? However, if you have to set the reason why you can't reset your balance. Now, if you get out of every trade, by the way, I'm talking to 162, okay, regarding Brokers Plus and all. If you get out of every trade by the end of the day, it'll reset to the 100,000, okay? But if you want it to be, say, reset right now, for instance, you'd have to probably send an email to info. I'll give you the email address. Info at trade-ideas.com. Now, the reason why you can't do it, we used to run a contest, okay, and it was based on, and you would take the trades within Brokers Plus. Well, we couldn't have people, getting out of all their bad trades and resetting it to $100,000. So that's why we would not allow people to reset automatically. So if you want to get it reset, though, you can go to info@trade-ideas.com, send an email, say, here's my email address. Can you reset my account if you really want to set now? If you get out of every trade at the end of the day, it'll reset to the 100,000. Okay. So in your accounts tab, you can see how much you've got left. Okay, things like that. You can see how much you've got left if you click on the accounts tab. Remember, the buying power is 4 times whatever the amount is in that account. And typically it's the default is $100,000 for the TI paper trading account. Hey, Mike. Okay. So did you understand that? I mean, sometimes if you don't have the accounts tab up and running, but if you do, it's going to show you what you've got left in buying power. But again, if you just want to get it reset to 100,000, you can you'll have to send an email. All right, guys. Well, I was looking while I was gone. RFL I saw showed up in that reversal, but I'm still maybe interested in it. But it's got to take out that high of yesterday. It does have room on the monthly chart. And also, now the chai was was a quick pop and then a massive drop, like a quick pop and then a massive drop. Any data on tickers that appear at the top of the race on consecutive days? No. You mean for instance, here's PPCB. It's won 15 races today. Did it win any races yesterday? Is that what you mean? Or would it have won races yesterday? Is that what I'm talking to Ken in our YouTube room? Or any one of these? Is that what you mean? Because if that's the question, then no, it doesn't look at previous days. Yeah, no, it doesn't do that. No way, in my opinion, that you can do that. I don't see how you can do that. Now, I suppose, I don't know if you can do a history. Well, that's the whole idea of the race. Okay. That's the whole idea of the race. If you see something moving up this list, that means it's moving. It's on the move. That's exactly what that means. So I have a question. See, I mean, that's telling you that ADIL is on the move. The minute you start to see something moving up the race, it's telling you that ticker is on the move. I'm talking to Ken in our YouTube room. A great example was earlier, when I was going over this, when I was going over the whole concept of racing and showing the top list that I'm using, and I was showing the top list that I'm using, okay? And I was just going to say you could do a replay, but I wasn't sure if what he really wanted was like a running total, somehow a side, like some kind of a side that would show, oh yeah, PPCB. So maybe if you do a previous day replay and stop it at 4 o'clock or whenever you want, you can see the ones that won, and yeah, maybe compare it to today. I suppose you could do that. But to answer your other question about something moving, when I was showing this list earlier around, I don't know, 10 o'clock, maybe 10:15, XOS, where's XOS now? Where are you? There you are. XOS was at 2%. And I was using this as an example. I was saying, well, here's what the beauty of the race is. Sure, it's going to these stocks that are at the top here, you're probably going to see them in the race all day long. The reason being is that they're so popular. I mean, a stock that has 232 times relative volume. Now the ADIL 331 times relative volume, and they're up a lot. But the race doesn't care. The race does not care where the stock is in the list of stocks, and it was just coincidentally that XOS was at the very bottom, and I said, yeah, but what if? And it was at around 2.4%. What if XOS really started to move and it was up 2%, 3%, 8%, 10%, and soon after that, that's exactly what it did. Now, I'm not saying that kids is going to do that. But that is the beauty of the race. The race doesn't care where it is in this list of stocks. It just cares about what is the one that's moving the most percentage-wise. So it could be something down here just starting to move again. So when you say tell that the ticker is on the move, well, watch the race and okay, makes sense. It was quick and brutal. I mean that was amazing. I mean, it went from 2 to 218 from the alert, but then it just collapsed. That is a brutal one. And you know what? It's not a low float. I mean, 13 million. Well, it depends on, you maybe you should start cutting things that you're looking at, Ken. I mean, you can see what I've got here. I've got one other thing that I look at. Okay, the up big yesterday, down big today, and reverse. Hardly get any. Don't get too many alerts from it. Other than that, I'm just kind of following the stocks that are in the race. I've got two races going just because to show people that they don't all have to be volatile races. This is a large cap race. Okay, they don't all have to be like super volatile. Yeah, these are great to be in when you're on the right side. Not so great when you're on the wrong side. These are a little more calm. And so the idea really then is the top 10 list is built for you automatically. And now you can start to click on these symbols that have won races before and see what's happening. Maybe they're setting up. Here's VOR. I mean, it's just consolidating here. But you might say, you know what? I'm going to put a price alert at 14. I'm going to put a price alert at at the VWAP and see if it breaks one way or the other, as an example. And then you forget about it. You don't have to keep, watching it. The TransAlta, I'm interested to see where this one is. I mean, this is one that I sort of talked myself out of taking it. We saw it earlier in this race, right around the 13 mark, and I kind of talked myself out of taking it for I can't remember why. It would have been a beautiful play, 40-cent move and a $13 stock, and steady, steady, steady. That's the difference between this race and this race. You're going to see stocks that are not. So here's a top 10 list, that is automatically created for you of the stocks that have won the most races. Now here's Macy's. I mean, Macy's, and you see anything in the list, click on it. You don't know what you're going to see until you click on it. Macy's, I mean, it's still hanging over that VWAP, hanging over 24. So the bottom line is having it create a top 10 list for you of the stocks that have won the most races can give you focus. This might be all you do. Just watch, look at these stocks, these 10 stocks. Or if you're into the more volatile ones, fine. But if you just look at these stocks and say, yeah, okay, if this pulls back to this level, I want to know about it. Put a price alert, just stuff like that. And then you've got then you can really focus on just a handful of stocks. And this could turn into a short. I mean, here's it depending what the market's doing, the overall market. I mean, the market, I don't know if this is going to affect the market that much or be affected by the market that much, but this is, breaking underneath the whole number. You might look at that and go, well, okay, breaking underneath the whole number. The VWAP is down here at 60.52. That's about 50 cents. It may not be enough for, and I'm talking to anybody, not just you, Ken, but you look at this and go, well, it's not enough because if it stops there, it's not enough. If the VWAP is down here, it's 60, you might say, okay, that's worth maybe a shot at shorting. I'm still somewhat interested. Oh, there's I see why you're talking about momentous. Well, let's take a look. MNTS. So it's showing up in that scan. Now, the problem is, look left. I wouldn't take this. Well, yeah, I mean, 1638, I wish that weren't there. Okay, I just wish that weren't there. I've got two things to contend with. I've got to get through the whole number, 16. And then if I do, I've got 1638. I just have a tough time sometimes dealing with that. Now, a squeeze, I mean, it's a high short float, but whether I tend not to label things, I mean, I just look and see what's happening and whether I call this a squeeze or not a squeeze. I mean, but it is a high short float percent for sure, and it's a low float itself. And I may be completely wrong, like about it being blocked at 16 and even being blocked here. I'd rather be looking at the RFL, to be honest, because I mean, when you look at the RFL, I don't know where the next high is on a daily chart, but certainly in the monthly chart, 266. Okay. I, I really should probably back out the weekly just to see. There's 212, and then the next high is 221. So, I mean, it's possible that even could stop it on the weekly chart. When was that? I mean, that's last year. That's within a year ago. So it doesn't become as good to me. I mean, it may not block it at all. That red line was the next high looking left on a daily chart somewhere. That's what that red line signifies. Well, guys, my AKR short, boring as anything, but inch by, penny by penny, it's inching its way down. Keep putting little price alerts underneath. And so here's an example, of one that was in that scan, was in this scan. Now, so using it like a watch list also doesn't mean it can't go the other direction. At some point. I bet you I'm going to regret not taking the RFL, but all right, guys, 111. I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today, show you all the information you can get on it. What I'm going to do, I'm going to ask, I may as well put this one on my homepage. Make sure there's nothing in here. First of all, I don't want to have any sound alerts. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate the strategy or duplicate it. Get rid of the sound alert, number one. I don't think this is the one that has the give me a moment. Okay, there's no custom formula in here. I had one before, but I don't have it now. So I am going to, you know what, guys? I'm going to rename this, okay? I'm going to call this daily trend reversals. Okay, I'm going to rename it. Oops. Boy. So I'm going to call this daily trend reversals, okay? And then that's what you're going to see on my homepage. Okay, so that'll get added to my homepage. Okay, so let me go over my homepage now. In the scan section, it's going to get added to the scan section of my homepage. It's not there yet, but I'm sure it'll show up tomorrow. Okay, so if you do click on my homepage right now, at the very top, as always, you're going to see a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So please listen carefully. We have a couple of promo codes. So if you use Barry100, you can get 27% off the first, 27% off a premium annual subscription. Okay. Using Barry100, 27% off a premium annual subscription. If you want any of the other subscriptions, the monthly premium, the monthly standard, or the annual standard, you can use Barry 15 to get you 15% off. Okay. So if you have any questions how that works, just let me know. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use whatever the code is. It changes, of course, from time to time. Please use whatever the code is. It helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the trading room. So if you're in YouTube right now, wondering what I'm talking about, here it is right here. It is free also. My YouTube is free. This is free also. Some benefits in this room, a lot more interaction amongst with other traders, if that's what you're looking for. And also, I think a huge benefit, if you depends what time zone you're in, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does that. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so too early for me. But so that is open at 6:45. So if you're looking to interact with other traders during the pre-market, this room is for you. And I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. And if you keep scrolling down, Steve Gomez was in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, took over for me. He's the originator of the trades of the week. You can sign up for them right here. And they are free. You'll get them before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay? Now, if you're going to take out a subscription or you're thinking about it, this is what I would do. Click on my homepage link, scroll down, click on the more info, and getting started with Trade Ideas. So this is mandatory. If you are taking out a subscription now, this is mandatory. 12 short videos to get you started. It won't make you an expert in Trade Ideas, but it covers all the key elements. Okay. And if you don't have the program, before you even consider taking out a subscription, you should do this. Start off with the second video, go to the end. It'll give you an idea about the capabilities of the program. Why would you take out a subscription without knowing a thing about the program? Though people do it. they, we get a common question or a common response, or not. Well, not a question so much, but a statement. Hi, I'm new to trading, and I don't know anything about your program, but I just took out a subscription. Pretty tough. So at the very least, if you have any trading experience at all, start off with that second video, go to the end. Gives you an idea, and if you can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, you just unsubscribe. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Back to basics. This is a free series of videos, 15 of them, if you are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, and you clicked on my homepage link, middle section, sorry, you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. So here are the two races. The large cap gainers is here. The more volatile race is this one. Upside versus downside movers is it's a compare count window. Pre-market actives up and pre-market actives down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Okay. Pulse resumes is down here. And eventually we should have that. It's going to be called daily trend reversals right here. Okay. Somewhere. I do have 4 other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them if you want. I don't have them open. So if you have any questions about them, just let me know. And if you have a question, if you're listening to this and you're a new subscriber and you're looking at this and thinking, okay, great, I see them, but how do I load them onto my screen? Let me know. Let me know. I mean, it's pretty simple once you're shown how to do it. Because people might look at this and go, great, I see it, but how do I get it from right there onto my monitor? You're more than welcome, Juan. Yeah, these are free rooms too. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas. You can be in this room, either one of the rooms. Now, ultimately, we'd like to think that if you see the program in action enough, that you might want to take out a subscription. But you don't. These are free rooms. We use it for marketing. Okay, guys, I'm all out of the AKR. It was, got down to 21.64 as it started inching its way back up to 21.70. But a 15-cent move for me. Nothing. I did not think it would be a rocket ship or anything, but glad I took it. So I did not, for all the aforementioned reasons, I did not take the momentous. And what did it get to see? What it did? It's amazing how often this happens. I mean, it just got stalled right at the whole number. I mean, it seems ridiculous, but I've just seen it happen so many times. Stocks will get just stalled at a whole number. Doesn't mean it's going to be stalled forever. In fact, what I'll do now is I'll put a price alert up in that area and see if it takes it out. With that low float, anything could happen. And this has been a super active stock, of course. Oh, did this get ugly? When we saw gels last, it had won some races and all, and it got up to what, $2, and now it's halted or just resumed underneath $1. This SXTC can be a wild one. China stock, not a low float, 34 million, not a lot of volume though either. You can see it doesn't trade very much. 220,000 represents 3 times normal up to this time of day, so it doesn't trade very much. So, William, any 5-minute plan, 10-minute plan, 15-minute plan, or 0-minute plan today? Once a week, okay. So what William is saying is that he'll keep the room open after I leave, but he won't do it if there's no action. It's that simple. So we kept it open for 15 minutes yesterday, but hardly any. It doesn't makes no sense for him to do it if he's just going to stare at like basically a blank screen. So, if you want the room to be kept open after I leave, and I leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, then, just show some interest in the room and post stuff. I don't mean just nonsense, but, post potential trades you're looking at. Well, let's see. The RFL, is it? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty low float. It's not crazy low, 34 million. And again, the volume isn't that great. 5 times normal, and that at 300,000, that's 5 times normal. So again, you can see it doesn't really trade that much. Owns an interest in clinical and early stage pharmaceutical companies. Okay. Okay, guys, 127. So I may only have about 30 minutes left. So you have questions. Now's okay. How about KISS right here? Why would I look at this? Well, no, just over the whole number. Okay. And this is interesting. Over the whole number and not running. Okay. It is just sort of basing over the whole number. So where could this go if it wanted to? I don't see anything on the weekly chart. So on the monthly chart, the next high is that right? Wait, this is Coles. Yeah. The next high in the monthly chart is 2049. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but this certainly looks like it has some room. I had better back out from the weekly chart. What are we now? 17. So we're up here. Yeah, I mean, even the next high in the weekly is far enough away. 1848. This is back in February of this year. Okay. So February of this year. So there is room on a weekly chart. Definitely interesting to me. It's just over the whole number. And again, these will not, and another maybe added bonus. It took out the 200-day moving average today. That blue line in my chart, that's the 200-day. So again, I don't expect that these things will rip or anything like that. That's, these are way less volatile than these guys. Velo. So for me, Blizzard in our YouTube room, for me, it's just too choppy, a little too up and down for me. Okay. I mean, it might, yeah, it just does. I mean, here had a nice, well, relatively good trend. I mean, good trend. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of those bars were piercing into the wave, which may have got me out if I'd been in earlier. But right now, I think it's just sort of chopping around. I mean, yeah, it's putting in a nice little bar here. So I think right now for me, the high right there. I mean, if it takes out the high 30.43, this will be a lifetime high. I mean, that would be a lifetime high. So there is that. MNTS, it did take out that high now. And there's the high 18. The daily high is 1778. Okay. Whoa, PPTA. How far can this go? 23.75. So there's over $1 on that one. You're kidding me? Guys, PPTA. Hey, we got a problem with our chart right here. Okay, this is stuck. This is stuck, guys. I can tell you, unless this is sort of stuck. I have a bit of a problem with this chart anyway, the PPTA. Well, I'm glad I took myself out of the AKR on that market spike. Yeah, I think we've got a problem with this chart anyway. I don't know if it's all the charts, guys. I don't know if it's because all of a sudden, we get the SPY doing this crazy move and it's making we're getting an overload of data or something. Let me take a look at this one, ASTC. That's a bad example of a terrible spread. How about Macy's? Macy's should be. I think we've got a little chart lag, guys, going. Okay, guys, we have 24.45 and it's at 24.52 now. Now it just popped now. So let me make sure that it's not. Yeah, there's something going on here, guys. Don't rely on our charts right now. Okay, they are lagging. Now, what I should do before I'm going to do a reset the account a couple of times. That might fix it. Yeah. So for instance, we've got MNTS at 1624. I can tell you right now, it's only it's 1611, 1608. Okay. So do not rely. Well, I don't know if all charts are acting like this or no, I have an interactive brokers chart up. I have one interactive brokers chart up. And so yeah, don't rely on our charts right now, because that's what I'm talking about. Okay, here's my IB chart, 1612. It says 1640 over here. So do not. Okay, maybe we're good now. I'm just looking at the PPTA. Hmm. Oh my gosh! Remember CPOP from yesterday? You got up to what? It got up to 262, 27 cents now. And just well, I got to wait to see if I can rely on our charts. Yeah, the answer is no. I mean, even on a cheap one here, 393, it's at 401, it's stuck. So that's my time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So just trying to so if you didn't hear me, don't rely on our charts right now. American Airlines. No, okay, it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense that American Airlines, and well, let's take a look at jets. And it makes sense that if oil is dropping, that the airline sector is going to be doing something like this, guys. Okay, there's jets on the move. Oh, something about we're not going to bomb Iran tonight. I think that was the news. Okay, guys, sorry about that. No, we don't have real-time news. No, not like that. The news we've got is more for looking in the past days. Okay, if it was an earnings play, you would see it. But if you're looking, no, we don't have news like that. As William says, it's a pay service. We just have. I mean, I don't. I mean, that's why I rely on my Interactive Brokers news. Okay, it's a little more. It's a lot better. It's not still like Williams, but it is. But it's pretty darn good as for part of your Interactive Brokers package. I find. Guys, I think the charts are getting back. Boy, what? Well, now I guess it's probably helped because of the market, but I mean, look at the PPTA. How about the momentous? Is it moving yet? 1590? Not yet. Boy, I mean this could. I mean you've got that high right there that bugs me. 1638. I think that's probably what the problem is. That high on the daily chart of 1638, or they could be the problem. All right, guys. Well, I am still pretty interested in the momentous just because of the float, the float could take care of popping through something like that if it really gets going. These are the guys who was it, Checker Point or Muddy Waters says deceiving the government, deceiving the government. Wow. 100 Brook, that's what I was thinking. For some reason, I thought it was Checkpoint, but 100 Brook. Okay. So a couple of big short selling firms are really, really piling into this ENSG, accusing them of all sorts of horribleness. Well, let's see now. The chai. The only way I would take this, it would have to break through the VWAP, number one. So I'm going to put a price alert in the VWAP area. What a range in the SPY today. Well, the stocks are going to look like this because of the market, but what a beautiful VWAP hold for ADPT. Well, Paul, are you going to? Did you take the? Did you take the CPOP pop? Yeah. Wow. 23 cents to 45 cents. There's a big high up here from Momentous around 22.34. Had that massive 2-day run. Started its run at around 764. Next day, closed at 1542. Next day, closed at 19, but it did hit 22. Even the next day, the next day kind of held on. But now today, but it's just look what it did. I mean, it got right to that high. Well, the high is 1638, and it got to 1640, and it pulled back. Okay, everybody, short oil stocks, and then I'm going to put a little post out. Okay, guys, it's 150, getting close to the end for me, unless there are questions. Boy, this is so interesting. I mean, look how well it's holding over 16 now. The Moment MNTS. Space company. That's why, of course, why we had all those space stocks were going crazy starting on the May the 26th and then the 27th. Well, most of them went crazy. Maybe not all of them, but most of them went crazy. If I look at Lunar, I guess I'm going to see the same sort of a. Well, of course, Lunar was already moving. Lunar was moving ahead of all this. Okay, guys, it was added. Okay. So I just checked my homepage link. You have to probably load it again to make sure you're not looking at a cache version of it. But here it is. There's the daily trend reversals. Make sure that it's right. Multi-strategy window. Yep. Okay. So daily trend reversals now is on my chart in my homepage. Okay, in the scan section. So you can take a look at it. Remember, it's two scans, one for the upside, one for the downside. But remember, you can all just use it like a watch list, and you could trade them in both directions. Guys, MNTS on the move. If it takes this, can it take this out to 1640? And I believe the charts are okay now. Well, yeah, I think they're okay now. So you can trust the charts again. My guess is that there was just an overload of data coming. Look at the SPY. So look at I mean, the biggest two volume bars of the day. So I guess, I don't know, it must have affected the data coming in. Big sigh. Yeah, long day. Always a long day. Okay, guys, momentous, guys, momentous. Boy, I mean, it takes this out. I mean, it could go on a big run again. I mean, the next high is 1770, 1637, 1770 or so. But it is a low float, so you got to be careful. 12 million in the float. All right. For those of you who love the cheapies, look at Tune here, guys. Tune just over $1. And let's look left. You can't see anything. Looking left on the monthly, I don't know where the next high in the monthly would be. Looks like right about here. And that is 108. And that is back in July of 2024. So almost 2 years ago. Oh, I can't believe you didn't take this one. This is right up your alley here. Look at CPOP. I can't believe you didn't take this one. That's probably one of the best percentage moves of the day, from 23 to 71 cents. Halted again. Potential open. Well, I saw 80 cents, but back down to 71. Boy, we're getting a lot of these little stocks have been. I mean, little stocks like way. Okay, Poe. I don't know if you're looking at this one, but NTCL crawling off the bottom of 22 cents is at 36 cents now. So there's another one that I don't. I mean, obviously, I'm not telling you to do it. 86 cents is the VWAP, and that is NTCL. It has maybe 71 cents right there. I honestly can't remember the last time I traded a stock under $1. Thing is, I mean, you've got to take a lot of shares to make it worthwhile. And I mean, you still have a stop, put a stop in place, but you definitely have to take a lot of shares. to make it worthwhile. Boy, we're getting a whole bunch of these really, really cheap halts, guys. Another FCHL halted on the way down. Yeah, finding your niche. I mean, confidence, whatever, about a certain price range you like. Just, there's all sorts of the psychology of what you like to look at. But this AVS is interesting on a short. The next low looking left is 739. This is from the scan. Meanwhile, Momentous is now right at that level here. A little bit above it, 1638. Second time trying to get through. Okay, guys. Well, if there are no more questions, I think I'm going to head out. I'll hang around for another minute or so, just in case there is a question that pops in. And when I leave, the room is shut down. Nobody's keeping it open later. And that's all because of you guys. Okay, I don't see anybody posting anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut down the YouTube stream. So YouTube, be on the mic at around 9 o'clock, between 9 and 9:15 tomorrow in YouTube. So I'm going to end that stream.